Hello, everyone. We're back. Yes, we're back. We just had 1 week off. I'm sorry about that, but you know how things sometimes it just went right last week. But we're back and we'll continue every week. Every week we'll continue. No, it stops us really, really. And as always, thank you, Delboy, and for being understanding as well last week.
Oh,
And I'm really pleased to have you back on, and it's great.
I've missed
It's
it, to be
great.
quite honest. I mean, where it's sometimes nice, where you're not strapped to a time to do things. I've always turned around and said that this is my time to get away from things. It's the headaches of life and all of that
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
stuff. And so I missed it, to be quite honest. Didn't know what to do with
yeah,
myself
yeah. I
really.
knew
Well,
you
I
did.
did. I was looking after
Yeah,
my mum, but I mean,
yeah,
that's just normal.
yeah,
Everything Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so it didn't sort of like mean too much, but I was more concerned about what was going on with you and your son and what the changes would mean, and all of that sort of stuff. And I was concerned, and I was just so happy to hear everything was okay. I wish I'd have heard earlier. I wouldn't have sent that bloody gift. Bloody hell. I'd have known that things were going to be all right. I'd have said, sod you. You ain't having bugger all. But no, whams. I spend my money and you bloody get better. I mean, you got to start off with a rant, haven't you?
God, at least you've got it in early. Go on, get your rant in, lad. Oh God.
Anyway, that, that's my little joke. And yeah, I was just so glad to hear, and I'm so glad that you like your James Mason present.
Oh
And
yeah, James Mason. Yeah.
yeah, that took a lot of thinking about, didn't it?
And I'll talk about that anyhow when I come up about what I've watched. So I'm going to ask you, what have you managed to watch?
Well, I was going to say, I just want to say thank you very much for the really nice things. I don't know who A Tech Nasus is. Do you know?
Mm,
Says hello, my dear great friend
yeah, I
Ian
know.
Hill.
Um,
Hope you have a great, wonderful month of September,
yeah,
blessed with accomplishments,
yeah,
achievements,
yeah,
love,
yeah,
joy, happiness, health, success, peace. Bloody hell.
yeah. I
I
know there's a
can't
lot
think of any
going on
more
there.
words to
Yeah,
say nice things about.
yeah,
I know that I'm not mentioned.
yeah,
Flipping out. Yeah, ignored again. But no,
yeah,
thank you so much for giving my, Ian's channel such a nice opening. I can't say much more than that. That would
yeah,
bring a tear
yeah,
to anybody's eyes. I think all of that.
yeah.
May God always bless your life with love, joy, happiness, health, success. Bloody hell. So there you are, Ian. And what do you think of that, eh?
Yeah, Reek Grand, Reek
Read
Grand.
Grant, there you are. Right. What have I been watching? Well, it's hard to say over 2 weeks, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah,
Let's see. I suppose I could show some stuff off, but a
yeah,
couple of things that I've watched on TV,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
A mixture of things. I think one I sent you,
yeah,
um, but it was on telly.
yeah.
Um, one of them is that you haven't seen, but it's one I think a lot of people know. It was called "Women of the Prehistoric Planet." Women of
Oh,
the
I love that.
Prehistoric
Yeah.
Planet, right? Which is a Roger Corman 1968 film
You know what you're
based
gonna
on
get.
some
Yeah,
obscure Russian film, I think, that was made in
yeah,
the B movie 50s era,
yeah,
colorized and all of that sort of stuff.
yeah,
And I watched that and laughed
yeah,
because there wasn't a lot
yeah.
else to say about it. One I sent you, which was Shalako.
Yes,
I
yeah, yeah,
sent that to
yeah,
you. Now, this cropped up because it said, "Oh, there was a Western on," and I turned it over and I went, "Oh, there's a Western. I don't know what this one's called. What's it called? Shalako." And do you know what it said?
go on.
It said Sean Connery's in it. I went, "A Western with Sean Connery in it? Never heard of him do a Western. What the hell is going on?" Right? And I watched it and I thought it was all right. All
Yeah,
right. It wasn't like the most outstanding Western I've ever seen in my life. It wasn't like the good, the bad, and the ugly or anything. You know what I mean?
no,
It was
no,
a bog standard, what you'd expect, 60s huge amounts of westerns that have come out, and this is what you get. Vanilla. It says what it is on the tin, type thing.
60s westerns have a bit of a charm, I think. Sometimes,
yeah, they do, and it had Sean Connery in it. I thought, I've got to watch it.
Yeah.
Gotta watch Sean Connery in bloody western boots and have a gun by his side and all of that sort of stuff. I've got to watch it.
So, what was the name again?
Shalako.
Shalako. That's it. It's a strange. I don't understand why it was called that, but yeah,
that's his name. I think.
Yeah, he said that was his name because somebody in film says, "Oh, that's an unusual name. Where did you get that from?" And I didn't explain it. He just, just Shalako.
I thought it was the name of his horse at first.
Yeah.
Then I watched a film that I don't normally watch these types of films because, to be quite honest, I've seen enough films that teach us life lessons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've seen like Tuesdays with Morrie and all of these types of films, and especially ones where it's an animal that talks to you all the way through.
Oh, yeah.
But it was called The Art of Racing in the Rain.
That's interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
2019. And it started off, and it was a weird film. It started off with the dog lying next to the door, just looking like it was asleep. And then this gruff voice came on, and I thought, that sounds like Ed Asner. Right? You know what his voice is like. But it was Kevin Costner.
Oh, shock.
Right? And what the dog was saying was, my master's going to be in with me in a minute. I'm going to be able to smell the grease from the cars on him and the fried chicken he had for dinner. I wish I could turn around to him and say, don't worry, this is not the end, etc., etc. So obviously the dog was dying. And then it goes back to the life lessons where he was a little puppy and he picked him up. He carried the dog around, this bloke carried the dog around with him as a pup around the race circuit. He is in his whole life he wanted to race racing cars in the Formula One. The dog grew up. The guy then met a woman. He didn't like that very much, but grew to like this funny woman that had come into their lives. They then have a child. He found it wonderful that this woman can carry something around in the stomach for so many years. The child got to about 4 or 5 years old. She got cancer. She died. It was just there for the dog, the bloke, and the woman. And the little girl left.
Yeah.
The expensive grandfather and grandmother of the daughter then wanted to take ownership of the child. It goes through a court battle, all of this sort of stuff. And it goes on and on and on till you get to the end of the film again, right, where it's dying. and then there's a twist at the end.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I thought it was so well done that it just like I suppose Marley and Me was well done.
Yeah, it was.
That I watched it, and I would recommend it. And I know that women would just cry at the end. And from a bloke's perspective, I just thought, I can see a few blokes actually then sort of like shedding a tear at the end of this as well. Actually, it's such a well done thing. But for the blokes, it's about the racing, because he was racing a car and and all of this sort of stuff. And of course, he calls the dog Enzo. Now, if you know Formula One, Enzo's a race driver.
Right.
You know what I mean? But there is a twist at the end, and it was all right. Now the next one is probably a little bit dedicated to Muckman, to be quite honest. That bastard, the one who sometimes comes in. Usually he's late.
He is. I've seen a comment.
and all that
Yeah.
sort of shit. But I dare say he'll turn up at some point because he's like he is sort of like that. I watched something called The Prosecutor 2024, a film from last year.
Yeah.
And it stars a martial artist called Donnie Yen.
Oh, I've heard,
It's
yeah,
a
Donnie,
Yen film.
yeah.
No, I haven't heard of a Donnie Yen
Yeah.
film before. And this came on, and I got intrigued because it started off. It's a courtroom drama. This is weird for a martial arts film.
Yeah.
Right. And then it's all about sort of like drug trafficking. And he's an ex sort of like prosecutor type thing. He tries to solve the case of this drug trafficking and finds out that it's actually inbuilt within the current lawyer system setup. So actually where he was working, or sort of, in the courts like type system, was where all of this came from. I thought, that's weird. That's good, isn't it? And then it's like turned into this martial arts shit, bloody hell, smack in the face, all that sort of shit, right? Bloody blokes coming in at you left, right, and centre, leaping about, all that sort of stuff, right? And I thought, you know what? This shouldn't work. Can you imagine watching Juror number 2 and everybody suddenly leaps up and starts
everybody
each other in the courtroom, right? And I was going to myself, it shouldn't work, really, should it? But it did.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed it. I'll tell you what, if that comes out on physical media and it was a steel book, I'd get it.
All right, there you are. Yeah.
So basically, Prosecutor is a thumbs up. I wouldn't have watched that if it weren't for Muttman Movies and his insatiable insistence to keep bloody watching foreign films and saying, why don't you watch this? Why don't you watch that? Wow, I hope he ain't watched it, the bastard, and I've watched some of Ian. That's all I'm going to say. Up yours. There you are. I'm going to film you in shit. Right. With that out the way, I looked at my collection and noticed that my Tora was just was only DVD.
Yeah.
So I went on Music Magpie and there was a Blu-ray. And it just so happens, and I'll have to turn my background off, won't I? I'm losing all of those abilities of what I actually used to do. And I got this for literally $3.99. And it's got the extended Japanese cut on it.
Wow. Brilliant. Absolutely.
So there's an extended cut.
A bargain. Absolute bargain.
My DVD didn't have the extended one on it.
No.
There you are. So I got that.
Absolute bargain.
Then cheaply, Monty Python and the Holy Grail came through as a 4K. That wasn't expensive at all.
Yeah,
I have to pick and choose now what's expensive and what's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
So nice. We all know what the Holy Grail's like. What a great film! Just put on, have a bit of fun with all the Monty Python crew going around planking their bloody coconuts while they're traveling through the forest. And then meeting up with knights that basically can have both their arms and legs chopped off and say it's a flesh wound. You know, I mean, you got to turn around really and just say the absurdity of it all. So so that was great. I got a discount at Hammer because I'd pre-ordered The Curse of Frankenstein.
All right, yes.
And I complained that the shipper box they sent me in Quatermass 2, which they said, you're getting this early, we'll send you a new shipper box. They've never sent me it in their life. And they said, oh, I do apologize. They sent me a free copy of a film for that, and they sent me that. Shatter.
Oh,
I didn't pay a thing for it. They said, we do apologize. We haven't got any more boxes. Would you like that?
Oh, yeah. Why not? Why not?
So that cost me nothing. I haven't opened it yet. I haven't seen it. I believe it's another martial arts thing with Peter Cushing in it.
Oh,
If it's
is it?
anything
Is that?
like
I
the
didn't know
Seven
that was it.
Golden,
I thought it was the later one in '70s.
the Seven Golden Vampires is the
That's
one
it.
that
Seven Gold. Is this
right?
another one?
No,
Another?
this is one which is sort of similar. It's done in the same place, done in the same
Wow.
year.
Yeah.
It was part of a collection of what they were doing. So I got
Yeah.
that for nothing. I got that for nothing.
Yeah.
The most expensive thing that I've bought in the last 2 weeks is probably The Conjuring
Oh yes.
in
Yeah.
that deluxe packaging, and that's because I quite like The Conjuring.
Yeah.
It's inconsistent, I think, as a series.
Yeah.
But I've always enjoyed the first one. I know that the third one is out shortly. I know that there are sub ones like The Nun and all of this sort of stuff, which I've watched and forgotten about.
Yeah.
But I thought that the main core, The Conjuring 1 and 2, were fine, and the
Yeah. It's a
third one
good
probably
series.
is going to be the same. You know, I mean, I'm sure that there are lovers now that are turning around and saying he can't turn around and say The Nun's not good. It's not what I said. It
Yeah.
said I've watched them and I've just watched them and forgotten
And
them.
well, have you seen the Annabella films as well?
Yeah,
Yeah, I like them. I quite like them.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, I'll have The Conjuring.
Yeah.
I might get into it, and if they do a deluxe one of the second one, brilliant.
I have seen some videos where they've criticised the packaging of that one and not very inspired with it being a luxury edition.
This is the thing. You get ones like you've got with that gift I got you, which is like
which are special.
ones that have got a lackluster steel book with some posters and the normal that you get, and then just a hard-boiled case round the outside of it, and then I think most people when they go on YouTube and they see this, they then just buy the steel book. Save themselves 20 quid of having the edits. It's just that they're nice on the shelves as deluxe sets.
Yeah, I think people sort of don't like if you get like stickers in, because what do you do with stickers? I know you
stickers. I mean, you might as well just stick it up your ass, the stickers.
It's like they just stick this tat in. It's like tat.
And it's like, where's the sticker book for me to put the stickers in? Because I ain't going to be sticking them on my bloody
exactly
fridge or something, am I? You know, I could just imagine that. Can't you? Can you imagine the Exorcist stickers? And all that, right? And what do you do with it? You put the sticker on your fridge, and it says, "Exercise this fridge." Right. Let the devil seek you out, or whatever it is, you know, as a sticker on your fridge. I mean, it doesn't work, does it? You wouldn't stick it on your car either, would you?
Well, you wouldn't. I'll tell you what I like to see proper lobby cards. Sometimes
that's what I like.
Put proper ones in. They just put some little postcards, and they're not the proper lobby cards, are they? And
no, I question whether the Dirty Harry ones that I showed off in my little thingy were actual lobby cards. I said these are what we used to call lobby cards. They would have been like this, but I doubt that they're the original lobby cards. There would have been a lobby card in the 70s for them. No doubt about it. There'd have been lobby cards, right?
Yeah.
But I doubt it's those are the ones, because it had pictures of on the set and him jumping off with the camera all around the bus and all this sort of stuff. Last film is just one I watched, but basically I wanted to show it off to you because I think it's a really good film, and that's The Cooler.
Oh,
The Cooler is William H. Macy. It's all based around Vegas. It's a really, really, really good film. I don't think anybody talks about it much anymore. I think it's great. Alec Baldwin is great in it as well. Alec Baldwin's in it. You can get this cheap now on 101 Films. I bought this because I only had the DVD. This is a dual format, so it's an upgrade for me.
Right, yeah.
And then what have I been listening to? Wow. Over the last 2 weeks, the first week I was listening to Get Carter, which I love the Get Carter soundtrack. I mean, I always have.
Yeah.
I think it's outstanding. On a CD, it sounds just as lush as the record does. And of course, the best of John Barry.
Yeah.
The reason for listening to this one is not because not everything on here I haven't got as an album, because I have. I've got Goldfinger, I've got Midnight Cowboy, I've got let's see, yeah, I've got the album Diamonds Are Forever, I've got Out of Africa, yeah, I've got Dancing with Wolves, yeah. It's because it's got the Persuaders theme on it.
Oh wow, yeah.
And you don't usually see the Persuaders theme as a single.
No.
And most times when you listen to the theme of the Persuaders on any album, it's always the Cincinnati Pops Orchestra or something, right? Right. And sometimes you will come across, sometimes you will, or Jeff Love,
Oh, I like Jeff Love.
I had to bring Jeff Love in it. It's the law.
It's good.
The law.
I like
you
Jeff.
have to mention Jeff Love.
We were brought up with him, weren't we? Yeah, we were brought up music for pleasure albums. Jeff Love.
It's the law. I have to say that. But sometimes you do get obviously a TV theme track sound, and it's all original hits, and it is the original version that's on there and all that sort of stuff. But sometimes it's very hit and miss to find those. I used to definitely recommend Silver Screen as a label to get the original recordings from. But even they turned into the we've hired this orchestra to come out and do the say the whole album of Lawrence of Arabia because we wanted to re-record it and all of that sort of stuff in stereophonic sound, and there was back in the day there was no way of doing that without actually re-recording the whole thing, and then they'd put the price on for hiring the orchestra, and you'd be forking out all sorts of money for something that really you might as well have just had the original album.
Yeah, just be thankful that James Last didn't do one.
That's it. So that's it from me. So I'm more interested in listening to what you are. But if you don't mind, look, I'm going to spend 5 minutes just making sure my mum's all right. Okay. But you carry on, because I'm going to listen to the tail end of it. It's just that my sister's here at 9 o'clock and it's 22.
Yeah,
and
that's okay.
Sure she's all right. The toilets.
Yeah. Right. So what have I been watching? First thing, Delboy mentioned it, was that Western Shalako. I watched that, and I know, Tony, that there's a copy as well. So I got involved and ended up watching that because he'd been going on about it. And I really enjoyed it. As I say, it's a very 60s Western. I mean, you can't go wrong. You got Sean Connery, who doesn't love Sean Connery, and Brigitte Bardot. Brigitte Bardot. Well, what can I say about any film Brigitte Bardot's in the 60s is absolutely fantastic. It's just a really enjoyable Western. Then let's have a look. Delboy sent me this. It was a really generous gift. There it is. He sent me this. What can I say? It really was very kind of him to send me this. It was absolutely beautiful. North by Northwest. I think it's one of his favorite films, and I can see why. You would put this in at least top 3 probably of Hitchcock's films. And of course, it's got James Mason in. James Mason. Oh, wow. He's a great villain in it. Absolutely wonderful. And of course, Cary Grant is so likable, isn't it? Likable. He's got sort of comedy element to him as well. And I absolutely love that about him. It's the story of the innocent man getting accused of a crime he didn't commit, and there's a conspiracy around it, and I just absolutely loved it. And Eva Marie Saint, who, to be honest, I've not come across before, was a typical, I suppose, Hitchcock blonde. He loved these typical blondes, and I thought she was really good in it. I really enjoyed that. But this film is just full of the wonderful locations. You get scene after scene after scene, and it sounded so good. It absolutely sounded on my system. I don't always notice it. I'm very much into. I love movies and films, and I just want to watch them. That's why I never, DVDs are fine with me, Blu-rays, and I do have some 4Ks as well. But I must admit, it really stood out, the Dolby Atmos on my system. You could really feel the music. The music was absolutely wonderful. I was surprised because I don't always take notice of my system. And the aeroplane flying and the crop, the spraying the crops, what have you, that sounded really good. And I'm going, I don't normally notice the sound as much. You kind of get you sort of used to it, but the sound was absolutely outstanding. I really enjoyed it, and the music. There I am, even listening to a film soundtrack. The music was fantastic.
What was that?
Just an absolute wonderful film.
Which film was that?
You might recognize it.
Oh, right. Bernard Herrmann. Bernard Herrmann.
You might recognize that one. So it was a film that really stood out for me. I'm giving it a run. As I say, normally I don't tend to bother as much, but I thought, this is really sounding good on my system. One
of my favorite soundtracks of Bernard Herrmann is North by Northwest.
Yeah, it's just it's easily, for me, in top 3 Hitchcock films, definitely.
Oh yeah,
easily top 3.
I think when I first saw it, I probably was at that sort of like impressionable age, because I remember the titles came up and the lion came up, right? The MGM symbol, right, and all you heard was Bernard Herrmann's right, and then it suddenly goes right, and then these lines were being drawn down the page, like this, like these green lines that sort of comes down, and then it put the skyscraper blocks on, and it was the windows of all the skyscrapers. I thought, wow, that was good, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that's interesting. I've seen anything like that. And then, of course, North by Northwest comes on in sort of like 2 different ways. Like
I love the actual bit, because the way Hitchcock filmed it with the knife incident, the way
when he's on his back and he turns him around, he turns around.
And he immediately looks like he's done it, doesn't it? It just
because the knife goes in the back. He sort of like he holds on to it. The body turns around sort of so that you can see the knife's in the back.
Yeah,
he pulls it out. There's a crowd of people. It's in the foyer of this famous hotel, apparently. And then it's from then on it's a race. It's a runaway.
That's it. Yeah.
And he just, I think I'd have been stressed to death. I mean, he seemed to be calm all the way through it, really. I don't understand how he's so calm. Right?
I must admit, it's possibly one of my favorite performances by Cary Grant. He's so good in it. Absolutely.
It's got so many good scenes. There's the plane crashing into the
I still like the bit of the humor of Cary Grant as well. He still has a bit of humor there.
Yeah, it's got Mount Rushmore. I still want to go to Mount Rushmore. I still want to visit Mount Rushmore. Before I die, I want to visit Mount Rushmore.
What a great backdrop to end the film on. What a wonderful way to end a film. You can't say much. Incidentally, there's some great extras where you get all these Hitchcock experts talking about the film and the cinematography, the music. So
because some of it, to save money. I mean, if I remember rightly, a lot of the long shots, like when you see Cary Grant walking into that hotel foyer, you only see him from a top down. He's a little stick man walking into the building. That's all painting.
Yes,
they painted the outside so they didn't have to pay the likeness of the hotel. Do you see what I mean? It's all of this to save money, but
Hitchcock
was
liked
guilty
to,
of that. Guilty of that in Vertigo and all sorts of stuff. You know, he would
I think
save money by not
Hitchcock
having
is,
the gardens. You know, well
yeah.
known.
He liked to use the studio a lot. If you notice, if there's a driving scene and there's somebody driving, it's always the projection at the back. That
There's
was
always
something
projection,
Hitchcock liked.
backlit projection.
Yeah, he liked doing that. He didn't like, filming outside with the camera on. It was
There must be a really real art to that, because not only do you see that it's backlit projected, but if the actor is turning left and the thing's turning right, it looks bloody stupid, right? And of course, Cary Grant is just being told, right, you're drunk, right? And you need to sort of have the steering wheel like this, right? And you see it going around the corners like this, and he's just going. He should be going.
I still love James Mason in the film. He's a brilliant villain, and he's got a good American accent as well. You know, he's got an American accent in the film. He's just a really good villain. I think he's great. So that's the first film to talk about.
And it didn't come from Tony York.
No, it didn't. No,
but Delboy Corner lives.
We have to have a Tony York spot, don't we? We have to have one. And it's a very good one as well. I'm sure there'll be a Blu-ray of this, but I really enjoyed this film. It is this one. It's Michael Collins by Liam Neeson. This film is wow. I love the history of this film.
Yeah.
The historical aspects to it. It is just brilliant. And the cast, as I say, it's got Liam Neeson, who was made for the role. I honestly feel he was made for that role. He was perfect in it. But we've got Alan Rickman in it as well. And we've got Julia Roberts. And I think Julia Roberts is good because she plays sort of his love interest. And her Irish accent doesn't sound, sometimes the Irish accent is interesting because it sometimes can sound a bit, with an actor or actress doing it. But I think she was really good. I liked her in that. But this film is great. It just typifies that period in history. Ireland has always been a problem for the English. It was our most nearest colony and was the most troublesome period going right back, way back, think of the 17th century sort of that I talk about, and the way the English treated the Irish. They were massacred at Wexford and Drogheda. They were treated like anything. No wonder the whole history of Ireland is, in revolt against the English. And this film shows that brilliantly. And it shows what I think is interesting is you've got a big kind of thing about who are the terrorists. We've still got the terrorist argument here. The freedom fighters, are they terrorists? Well, they are to the people who are in charge, but they're freedom fighters to those others. And it's a really good story. I know some people have nitpicked, and I don't like people doing that about the historical accuracy. Some people think that Alan Rickman's character is not put in such a good light in this film. And he's the first president. He becomes the first president of the Republic of Ireland. I think the interesting thing is everybody thought Michael Collins would be president because he went to the negotiations, and I think this is what ultimately was a bad move for him. But he was quite pragmatic. He said, look, we'll become a free state. That's good, because once you become a free state, even though you're still under the crown, Victorian crown, well, no, it wasn't Victorian, but Edwardian period, and then George V, it's still a a step towards getting a full republic, because that's what the history is. But of course, a lot of the Republicans couldn't accept that. They said, no, you've sold us out. And Alan Rickman was one of those people. And of course, ultimately, it led to his tragic demise at the end.
Why do you, I mean, I might be wrong here, but I do know that there is a lot of Irish films, historic Irish films. But there's not that many. Not that you can sort of like now. Now, do you think it's because a lot of people are confused by the history? Because it can be confusing. You know, there's all the what they call the troubles.
Yeah.
And then
that is an important part, you see. A lot of people obviously when they declared the Declaration of Independence, the Protestants took over in the Northern Ireland area. They took over and they said, no, we're not going to be part of a republic. We're loyal to the crown. And they were Protestant. And also they didn't like the idea of Catholics and Protestant. Though I think, to be honest, a lot of that was manipulated by the Protestants. A lot of Northern Ireland people probably would have been happy to have joined up.
It's just that I was getting at was I really enjoy picking up and understanding it a bit more. But a lot of people, I think a lot of people turn around and go, how far back was it when Ireland got the potato blight and all of this sort of stuff?
Well, that's 19th century stuff, but it goes.
You know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is a lot of people then think wasn't that just before the Troubles, and then people are going, you're mentioning now things like the Troubles, and you're going, what era was the Troubles? And people then get totally confused by it all, and then they get pissed off about it, and then they go, I'm just not going to bother really understanding it. I'll just leave it to one side. I'd rather listen to, watch something about Napoleon or something. I can understand that. It tells me what year it tells me what year it was, and I can sort of understand it, right?
And of course, the 1916 Easter uprising was very important because that happened when they this was, don't forget, the First World War was going on, so the British were not very pleased to have this distraction going on. Their immediate thought was, if Ireland got any kind of freedom, the Germans could set up their embassies and what have you. They could recognize it, and therefore they could be trouble, as we saw in the Second World War when Ireland declared itself neutral. Germany.
The other thing, though, Ian, is what I'm trying to get at is going back even further. Some people go, why is it that Ireland, you could get a green card to go over to America, right? But if you're in Britain and we spend so much money of ours going over to holidaying and all that sort of stuff, there's no such thing. We have to go into something called the green card lottery. But the Irish can get a free bloody ticket if you want to go over there. It's almost like you don't have to do anything other than fill in a form and you're over there living. And they say, well, that's because we're closely related with the Irish. And I'm going, see, this is where I'm saying you learn things, right? Because it's like, well, hang on a minute, England was over there as well with Ireland. And I know England turned around and said, look, you can have your independence and all of that sort of stuff, right? Why is it that Ireland have got a bloody free reign on this? Look, I mean, what's going on with all of that?
It's a lot to do with the immigrants from Ireland that went to America. Like here, we sent lots of immigrants, but a lot,
but then a lot of England is over there. I would now turn around and say that basically there's probably the same amount of English as there is Irish over there. So why is it that England have to go through so many hoops? And why is it that politicians always say we've got a special relationship with
they always say that. I think some of it is, I don't know, a slight anti-British, not slight, but there is a sort of an anti-British thing, I think, sometimes. don't forget being friendly with Ireland is like saying stuff you lot. Look at us, we're friendly with Irish. Stuff you. And so there
Yeah.
is elements of that, but there is a
Anyway,
tradition.
I didn't mean to slow you
Yeah,
down. I
yeah.
was just turning
But
around and saying
no, I always find
the big put off
yeah,
I have with Irish films is
yes,
purely because sometimes the history is hard to
yeah,
get your head around, where it slots in, and all of the special
yeah,
terminology that they've got with it, like the
yeah,
troubles and all of it. You
yeah,
know what I mean? So
yeah.
I was just letting you know it's a cracking
No,
film. What you got?
that's
I have seen that
yeah,
film. I haven't got it in my
yeah,
collection. I remember watching it
yeah,
when
yeah.
when it first come out, and I'm glad you got it in your collection. What a
It's
lovely
a
film.
very good film. I really enjoyed it. Um, I think the Americans feel some sort of those, particularly I think in New York area, a lot of that area. There's an affinity with Ireland because a lot of them came over to America. Because you can't blame them. There was the potato famine in the 19th century, and
Yeah,
what life did they have? They were starving. They
yeah.
were literally people
I
starving
think
on.
most people
Yeah,
always think of it in Ireland. They always think of the troubles, potato famine, the
yeah,
closeness with America, and at the end of the day, all about the IRA. Um,
yes,
then there's the how their government works at the moment because they haven't got one. Well, I think
yeah,
they've got one now, but they didn't do for about
yeah,
10 years, right? And I think that's about as close as much as most people have got when it comes
yeah,
to the history of Ireland,
yeah,
right? Now, I might be giving people a disservice here, but I would
yeah,
turn around and say, if you went up to the majority of people and said, "Tell me a little bit about Irish
yeah,
history," they'd turn around and probably say about 5 things, and then that'll be it. They'd be
yeah,
have ideas.
yeah.
You know what
Um,
I mean?
I'd love to know. I should have looked this up. What the population of Ireland is, because I
Yeah,
suspect if you break all down the sort of population, you'll find the biggest concentrations, which is not going to be that big, will be Dublin and places like Cork and what have you. Um, but generally, it's a very rural country. It's just masses of beautiful countryside as well. Um, and there's not many people living there. Oh, they're very small sort of communities. It's got a very small communities, and that's still today, to this very day. That's why
yeah,
tourism is quite an important part of the Irish economy because
yeah,
they can attract people over to look at a lot of beautiful countryside, a lot of wonderful communities. But anyhow, I've probably gone on about. I think I should just finally talk about this, which I think is just fantastic. This is Wednesday. I watched this. There's 8 episodes. It was on Netflix, and there's 8 1-hour episodes, which I think is about right. And I've been watching this. I've just sort of finished it. I think yesterday I finished it, and I thought it's fantastic. If you like the sort of Tim Burton, you'll love this because Tim Burton's involved in it.
yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And what can I say about Jenna Ortega? Wow, she makes this. She is fantastic. And what is interesting is I keep saying, come on, smile. You've got to smile. Does she smile? Does she smile? No, you can't get a smile out of her. She is brilliant. You
I
can
haven't heard too
imagine
much about the
it
second. I haven't heard
takes
too much about
to
the second season of it, really, to be quite honest. Other than um, it is a slightly different tone.
yes, isn't it supposedly we've got more of Morticia and Gomez in it? They've
Yeah,
gone more into that because they're in this, but not much. They're in it at sort of beginning and a little bit afterwards. But she steals it, doesn't she? I mean, she's just
yeah,
so fantastic. That look, that deadpan look. But also, what is the other important thing? There's a lot of good humor in this as well. The humor is fantastic. So you've got sometimes sort of quite a dark story in places, and yet you've got this wonderful humour.
Yeah.
I really recommend this. I think Tim Burton knew what he was doing with this.
See, I thought the second season was going to be called Thursday.
Oh, no, the old jokes are the best.
Yeah. What do you mean? That's a joke. I thought it was. I thought the second season it'd be called
Thursday. And then you said it'll end on Friday.
Third season would be called Friday.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. And then when you get to the fourth season, it was going to be called The Weekend.
Anyhow, Jenna Ortega's great. I think she's great. She was in the Scream, the new Scream films. She was in the rebooted Scream and then Scream 6. And she was in X, which is one of my favorite films of that trilogy. I love that trilogy.
I've got the steelbook of that, haven't I? Well, I've got them all now in the steelbook.
Yeah, but you have. And Maxine, of course, I still maintain is great. But I love doing this. It's just well put. It just shows you that, because you know me, I love having a rant about streaming services and the rubbish that they put out.
You don't know what a rant is.
Yeah, and Netflix have actually done a good job. Netflix, I can really say Netflix have done a great job.
I'm just going to check on my mum again. Just keep going.
Yeah, but you know, I couldn't. All these blooming streaming services, the rubbish that they produce. So therefore, these Netflix, pat on the back, got Tim Burton involved. And he's done well, I think, with this. I really loved it. But yeah, just her performance. She doesn't smile at all. She is superb. I think she's great. I mean, it's so funny. It's got a lot of humor, but it's got its scare moments, and the story is good. And she's got this wonderful roommate who's very opposite to her, a roommate, and it turns out her roommate is a werewolf, and it's great. It's one of those classic things where you get two characters together who obviously are not are very different with each other, but as the film goes on, they get to kind of recognize each other and get on well with it. I really like that way that developed. And she's a werewolf as well, of course, this other girl. But she has that sort of kooky kind of feel to her. And she kind of grows closer. She realizes, I think. But of course, she'll never admit things. You know, it's like when she has this boyfriend. The boyfriend, yes. She's just incredibly... almost cold with him. You know, how he sort of gets on with her is just amazing. But of course, there's a twist with this boyfriend business. But that would be giving too much away about that. But it's just so funny watching her. And I think, you know, as an actress, she is absolutely excelling at this. Yeah, I know there is this second series, and I'm really looking forward to it. I tried to distance myself from some of the comments I have heard about it, but I know it's going to focus more on the Morticia and Gomez. But yeah, I think she's great actress. And that is my sort of watchers, really. And perhaps we should get on with the comments. I know he'll be back soon. So we'll start with the comments. And we have got first one here. It's Sai. And he says, "Evening, gang. Ian, I hope that your son is on the mend." Yeah, he's doing really well now. He's still got a few problems, obviously, and there's some damage that is permanent, but he's adapting and doing well. and they've given him a month off at work, and so he's using that to recuperate. And it's a good. I'm glad his works have done that. That have been, very flexible and good with what he's going through, and he's healing. He's getting on there, so it's good. And then you've put, and I hope, to Delboy, I hope that Mrs. Dell is doing well. Yeah, I'll pass on that when he comes back. I'm sure he'll tell you about that, but thank you. And then we've got somebody called Altecnatus. Nate, I don't know. Hello, my dear great friend Ian Hill. I hope you have a great, wonderful month of September, blessed with accomplishments, achievements, love, joy, happiness, health, success, and peace and prosperity. Thank you. May God always bless your life with love, joy, happiness, health, success, peace, and prosperity. To my very dear great friend Ian Hill. Well, thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Oh yeah.
Sorry, I took so long to come back, but I tried to find the rewind button and I couldn't find it. So I thought I'll just unhide myself and just carry on. Right?
I've just got to pass this on. Sai has said, "I hope that Mrs. Dell is doing well."
Yeah, thanks very much. It's just very nice that when people say that, but I've always said, look, it's a degenerative disease. She's doing as well as she can always do. Got a bit of a problem at the moment with the fact that she couldn't get up this morning or walk, but we'll handle that as we go along. It could be that I didn't give her her painkillers early enough. I don't know. But if that's the case and she can't walk, then her muscles will degenerate. That's what's scary for me at the moment. When you get to the position where the person will no longer walk, they will just be bedridden and then die with their muscles just gone. They'll just be skin and bones. Can't imagine my mum at the moment like that. It's a horrible thing to even think about. So. I'm going to try and take her outside for a walk with a Zimmer frame a couple of times if I can. Try and get some of that circulation going in her legs, but I don't know. But thanks very much.
Okay. And then we've got Jamie, Muckman Movies. All right, chaps.
Oh, he's in, is he?
You and your family members are doing well. Then thank you. Thank you for joining us, Jamie.
You charming you.
Yeah, and you'll get the. You've had a bit of rant earlier.
Did I rant at him?
Yeah,
I don't remember ranting. I don't remember ranting at Muckman Movies. That's unheard of.
I know you. And then Jamie says, "Hi, Muckman. Get that copy of Incendies. Watch Delboy."
Yes, I know.
Says that Incendies, lad. Go on.
Yeah, I bought it, and I really, really have got to. And I can't really wait to do so. But it's one of those things where I've looked at the back and gone, do you know what? I really want to be in the zone when I watch this film. It sounds very much like you got to really watch this film, right? And every time I think I've got time to do that, something else happens. Right, in my mum's life, and it just goes by. It's amazing that I managed to get to watch that Prosecutor, like I said, because you really have to sort of like watch these foreign films, even quite closely. So yeah, I will. Right, it's on my project.
Yeah. And then
cheeky bastard anyway.
And we've got Si saying, has anyone seen the trailer for 28 Years Later? The Bone Temple. Oh, I'm really looking forward to seeing it in January. I've not seen the trailer, but
I knew that it was part of some, a trilogy. Is it a trilogy, this 28 Years Later?
I think it might be, yeah.
The fact that 28 Years Later was supposed to be the third part of a trilogy, I believe that 28 Years Later is a trilogy. I'm not sure. I don't know whether I heard that right or wrong.
So actually, January doesn't seem that far away, does it? Really? For it doesn't seem that long ago since the other one came out. So
that's right. That's why I'm
they must have
saying, bloody
filmed it
hell.
pretty quick.
They
Yeah,
filmed them back to
yeah,
back, obviously, didn't
yeah,
they? So,
yeah. And then James says, didn't know the trailer had dropped, sigh. And then we've got the man himself, Tony York. Good evening, Ian and Del, and Cy and Jamie. Hope your son Ian and Mum Del are doing as good as possible. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. Things are getting there. And then Ian already has Shalako on DVD, courtesy of an anonymous benefactor. I wonder who that could be.
yeah. Wonder if his name's called Tony York, the bastard Tony York. You got you see you gotta have those those darts acronyms, where it's like they have Luke the Littler, whatever, the Battler the Littler or whatever it is, right? See, it's Tony the bastard York, you see. Right. That's you gotta have that sort of in quotes in the middle.
And then we've got
the bastard York.
As I saying, Muckman, it dropped this morning, so that's the trailer. And then James says, "Good evening, Tony," and then thumbs up from Jamie. And then let's have a look. So I've done it again. I've jumped when I shouldn't have done. It just went down. Let's go back up again. Oh, it went right down to the bottom. Right.
Yeah, just don't do that when you're in the middle of it.
Yeah,
you have trouble finding it.
Yeah, right. Here we are.
At least you're at the top.
Yeah, and then we've got hello, Tony. Hello. Whenever a dog dies in a film, I turn into a water feature.
Oh Christ! Don't watch that.
Oh dear.
The Art of Racing in the Rain. Then.
Yeah. And then Donnie Yen is an absolute legend. Yeah, legend.
So I admit my inability to know sort of that sort of era of film. I was going, who's this Donnie Yen? Said this is a Yen film. I said, what was that? Some sort of like cult Yen?
Yes. Yeah.
Isn't that a currency? What the hell are they talking about, right? And then found out that it's quite a well-known character. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then we've got Jamie McMahon movies. I've not seen The Prosecutor, but if it has Donnie Yen in it,
I've seen it. You haven't. Yeah, up yours. Look at that.
And here we are. Donnie Yen is brilliant. Get Iron Monkey and IP Man watch Delboy. You've been told what to watch.
IP Man. I've got a steelbook of that. Never watched it.
Oh, well, there you are.
And that's because it was a cheap Blu-ray at something like $4.99 once or something. I'm pretty sure it was cheap. I never got around to watching it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's the best thing in John Wick 4. Yeah. There's a lot goes on in John Wick 4 for a long time. Yes. Then he's great in Killzone too. There you are. And then Tony says, think my Torah as the extended cut.
Yeah.
And then McMahon says, I have the Torah, Steelbook Delboy.
Wow. I wasn't going to go to that extent and hope, and just hope one day that they'll do a 40th or 50th or whatever it is anniversary of it. They're bound sure to reissue. But as I said, McMahon, I'm still surprised there's no Dr. Zhivago steelbook. I mean, what the hell's going on? What is the world coming to? I do not get it. There you are. Bridge over the River Kwai steelbook. Lawrence of Arabia steelbook. Dr. Zhivago, sod you. We don't give a shit. What's that all about? I still don't get Hollywood and distribution.
Tony says show off, Tony, and then Tony York says Steelbook Flaunter.
Yeah, that look, man. All he does
I'm sure he'll call me a
he
bastard.
just keeps showing off his steel books like this. Look at my steel book here, my steel book there. He's a showing off bastard, I'll tell you.
There it is. Yes. And then Si says, have you seen the Cineworld is putting on a special screening of the director's cut of Alien at the end of this month? Wow.
That's nice.
Yeah. Director's cut as well.
No, I always wonder when they do these special screenings, right? Are they the digital copies of the recently upgraded, versions?
Yeah.
Or are they actually got the old print and they're just re-showing it? Do you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
certain cinemas haven't got the new projectors in, so they've only got the old projectors. So unless they're redistributing the prints with the restored image on it, then I can only assume that they're showing the last time it was an extended cut, which was before digital. So I just wondered. I don't know. So you'd have to fill me in with that.
Yeah. And then nice. That'll be good. Aliens is my favorite film of all time. Oh, well, Jamie.
Do you know what? I swear he said another film was his favorite film of all time. About 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I still think Alien, the first one, is the best.
Alien to me is my favorite.
It's the one I saw at the cinema, and it was a massive special event.
I saw both at the cinema. I've got both on Laserdisc, the deluxe set, right? That cost me an absolute fortune. It was like £100, right, when they came out. It's not about which one's better, to be quite honest, because they both are good, right? I mean, legitimately, I say that, right? It's just, what is your preference? Are you more for the war type thing? It's everybody against Ripley, or is it one picking off the team of the Nostromo one by one, and then it being so monotonous that it even gets on board the rescue ship that it's going on, because its hunger for survive is that much, right? And it's not to me even about, well, that's because that was the first one that came out, and that there was even a 5-year history between the first one and the second one.
I think people forget that.
Was it 1979, 1986, something like that? So about 5 or 6 years, right? Yeah. They're two totally different tones. I like them because they work so well together. You've got a slow start turning into a huge war, right? And that works for me. In fact, the hardest thing David Fincher had to do really was, where'd you go? Because the only place he had to go is what do you do against a malevolent alien with no weapons? Right, that was what the third film's premise was. Really, it's like, what do you do? How do you kill the most indestructible foe? He's got acid for blood, everything else, and you've got no weapons.
Right?
It doesn't work very well if it's on a prison planet, all this religion stuff, And I totally get it, right? But that's the premise.
Yeah,
and the fourth one even to me loses it. It's like, oh, we're going to clone Ripley. What? Oh, don't go down the clone route. Oh, how many times has science fiction done clones? What is her importance?
To
all of this. She was a person that was just on a bloody ship that was a mining ship at that. What's her bloody importance in all of this? I mean, they wouldn't have known about her battling those bloody aliens on the planet other than the company center up there, right? I mean, why don't you bring back one of the bloody army people? I mean, at the end of the day, there's no special relationship between her and an alien. There is now, because she was cloned with an alien in it. That's the only thing, isn't it? That's the only thing. So I'm not a big fan of Alien Resurrection.
No,
I never have been. I'm sorry, but I find that film pretty much ugly.
Yeah. I mean, for me, Alien is
The only redeeming feature is at the end they hit the atmosphere of Earth,
yeah.
so it's gone round full circle. Ripley's finally got home, but it's not Ripley that's got home; it's a clone, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's dead, so she's not home at all. So
Yeah.
where is the joy? Do you see what I mean? If she's a
Yeah.
clone, where is the joy? Because she's just got a memory of Earth because she's a clone. That's it.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see? I lose the essence of that film quite easily, and I suppose other people are saying, "Well, that's your hard luck. It's quite easy to understand." But I just turn around and say, "I'm sorry, but if you're a clone and you've died about 3 times, right? You're Ripley 9 or whatever it is. Why are you so glad that you've suddenly got home and that? I mean, your daughter's dead. You're the 9th clone of a dead person. I mean, what? You know, if you look at if you actually write it down, you'd be going, no." It's, you know, I've got no interest, right? Thank God that Alien Earth, though, has actually turned out to be
people have said that. Yeah.
It is a monster of the week film. The first 2 were absolutely, I think, exceptional. It's good, but it's gotten weaker.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's good. I mean, I'd say overall the quality has remained there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I think the reason I love Alien so much is because it brings together those 2 wonderful genres to me, which is sci-fi and horror. Bringing them together like that in such a film makes it just perfect for me. And it was so good at the time to see it. Yeah. And then we've got, let's go through more comments. We've got Peaceful. Hello, Peaceful. Hey there, Ian. Peaceful. Happy to see my favorite Yorkshireman. Yep. Thank you. It's Reek Grand, I'll tell you.
Have you got the whole of your home church or something coming tonight or something? The Church of Ian tonight?
Yeah, from York. You got to be Yorkshire to get.
I thought the Church of Ian was Teddy T or something.
I've never says I've never seen it on the big screen. I've seen tons of times on Own Simmer. Is there just something about watching classics on the big screen?
Oh
yeah. You're right. Yeah.
I think what it is with me when I watch a classic film, I just know that I'm going in to see a classic. That's the first of all. So my brain is instantly honing in to go, oh, right. So this is a film from this many years ago, right? And it's like, if anybody has ever read a comic book, right? If you read a comic book now and you read a comic book back in the 60s, you would turn around and say, 60s books, how did you bother reading this shit, right? But what you have to understand, it was a simpler time. You could easily follow it.
Yeah.
It was easy to follow. It's not convoluted. It goes from this place to this place to this place to this place and then back to the first place. It's easy to follow, and I tend to find that when I'm watching like a 60s and 70s film, I can go back to that era and go, do you know what? This is easy to follow. This is great, actually. This is I'm learning something here. Look at that. And then I'm constantly looking and going, wow, how did they do that effect back in 1958? I'm constantly looking now at the seams of it to see how they actually did it. Because this is the other thing about what I hate about Hollywood is, and I'm guilty. I really am guilty, right? I long to know how Superman flew.
Yeah.
Right. And we only had Starburst magazine, right? There was no internet. There was no making ofs in video on VHS tapes, all of this sort of stuff, right? And I would say from the moment Star Wars came out, right, the whole how Hollywood did things ruined it for me, because I was speculating all the time. How did they do the Wizard of Oz? How did they get that yellow bit like that? how did they do this? Right, as soon as Star Wars came out and Superman's documentary came out, this is how we did it, all wire work, all of this sort of stuff, right?
It kind of,
and now everything is computers. It's like, well, there's no wonderment anymore.
Yeah, the magic.
I can believe anybody can do anything in a film these days.
Yeah.
So when I go back and I look at a film like I don't know, something like Metropolis back in the in like the 20s, I'm still going, wow, how the hell? How did a bloke with a crank handle camera do that?
Yeah.
Right. That looks like a 50s film. So it's 30 years before they actually get caught up with how they made that film. Do you see what I mean? It's why Charlie Chaplin was just so in awe. You have to sort of like be in awe of a certain set of people like Charlie Chaplin, because even he did all these cogs and he went round all these cogs.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
He halved the crank speed, and then basically made it a normal speed, and it basically sped it up and all of that. And it was just basically a big set with a shoot and all of that sort of stuff. But you know that now, but back then it would have been, wow, look at that.
Yeah.
How do you have a parallax background like that with the sky and a fort and things that look like a fortress and all of this sort of stuff? It's on a set of a. How the hell do you fit that inside that set? You know what I mean? It must have cost a fortune. But it's all painting now and just have camera angles and all of that. Even the BBC didn't get it right with the TARDIS, when basically the TARDIS wars were wallpaper or cloth. In the background, you can see them ripple. They only built a quarter of it.
Yeah. That's why the camera angle had to be right.
You know what I mean? All the arundels have got painted shadows. That don't work right when when the light is cropping from another direction.
It was almost like they were in a cupboard sometimes. I think on Doctor Who.
But I do think that there's people like me that said, I really want to know how this was done, because every disc now has got a making of, or how we did this, or whatever it is, and the magic's been taken away somewhat.
There
isn't one mystery probably now.
No.
If you go back, name a scene that people still speculate, how do they do that? And that ice cream bell, you know what that means. I'll be back in a minute.
Right, I'll carry on with comments. And then Jamie McMahon says, I saw the trilogy at the cinema before Resurrection came out. Also, you must have been really happy to see all the trilogy together. Just forget about Resurrection. I can't remember much about Resurrection. Some people promise that's probably a good thing. I must someday perhaps give them all a watch again, I think, and just see, is it as bad as everybody's making out? I don't know. I must give them a watch again. And then Sai says, cool. And then I have the cooler on DVD, I think. Yeah, he's very impressed with the cooler. Extremely impressed. The Cooler is such an underrated film. Alex Baldwin gives a great performance. Yes, I agree. What can I say? I need to watch it. Can't remember much about it. I remember William H. Macy being good, as he usually is. I agree with that as well. Yeah. Question. Favorite William H. Macy performance film? I loved him as the shoveler in The Mystery Man. Oh boy. William H. Macy. I don't know his films that well. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to cheat, but at least it might give you an answer. I did see him on an American TV series, and he was really good. It was the one, my brain is hopeless. It was the one Channel 4 used to be popular with, and he did an American version of it, and he was really good. I was really impressed with him. It was very different from the Channel 4. I think it was very different, but it was the same sort of characters and stories at first, and then it developed its own sort of life, I think. So look, here we are. Let's have a look at some of these films that he's in. I know I'm cheating, but hey. Right. Oh, Fargo, of course. Yeah, Fargo. It's one of those films that gets talked about a lot, and it does. It's the Coen brothers, isn't it? And it is good. It's very enjoyable. Yeah, here it is, Shameless. That's it. Between 2011 and 2021. What? I didn't realize it ran that long, and I bet it was longer than the British version. But I don't know whether I got to the end of it, but he was really good. He was such an awful character in it. Oh yeah, Jurassic Park 3, Boogie Nights, Magnolia, Door to Door, Curious George. I don't know that one. The Cooler, that's the one we've talked about. Oh, he was in Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes 2024. Again, I didn't know that. Oh, Pleasantville. Now, Pleasantville. Wow, now that is a film to talk about, Pleasantville. The way it's filmed and the way they change it, this soap opera kind of place, and it's we see it in black and white and the way it develops. And Pleasantville is a very good film, as I remember. Yeah, Mystery Men. I think I've seen that about once. So look, Sahara. I've not seen that one. The Sessions. A lot of these anthems. The Client. Panic. Oh, Air Force One. He's in Air Force One. I can't remember it. I like Air Force One. I can't remember him. And of course, he's in Jurassic World Dominion. So look, Seabiscuit. I've heard of that one. That's the horse racing one, isn't it? The Deal. I don't know. Oh God. Now this is an embarrassing. He was in that awful remake of Psycho. You know, the 1998 frame for frame remake of Psycho. What a pointless film. Apparently he's in that. Oh boy. That's not very good. He's in the remake of The Running Man. I've not seen that one. I've not seen the remake. So look, Down Periscope. That's a submarine one. I've not seen that. 1996. Elena, 1994. Is in that one. I've not heard of that one. And then Mr. Holland's Opus. Has anybody heard of that one? And A Single Shot. That's 2013. So he's got quite a filmography going here. I must admit, a lot of them I've not seen, but there is definitely a lot there. Oh, and he must have been in a TV. I've never watched the TV series, but ER. I go ER. Anyhow, ER ran between 1994 and 2009. He was in that, and I think isn't that the one with Clooney? I don't know. I wouldn't know. Possibly Clooney came from that, didn't he? Magnolia is a great film. And but Boogie Nights isn't it? But yeah, Fargo is a good film. A lot of people do, rate it highly, and it's talked about. But I think it is a good film. It's got a really good atmosphere to it. It's got the scene on the poster with the body and what have you, and the investigation and everything about the story behind all that. I think he's excellent. And there was a TV series which they did of Fargo, which I thought was pretty good as well. It really was. My dad he says he's only seen a couple of episodes of it. Well, not episodes, series. I possibly left at about the third one, as you do, But yeah, I remember enjoying that quite a bit. Fargo, the series, but the film is obviously one that he probably puts at the top of his CV, because everybody talks about it. And I think Boogie Nights would definitely be one. It's funny, that was Boogie Nights is a year after Fargo, 1997. I don't remember. I mean, Jurassic Park 3. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. But he's in that, and I've watched it, Jurassic Park 3, but I don't remember him in it. Anyhow, those are some of the films of him. So yeah, Jamie's mentioned that. I can see. I'll just move on to this one. He's saying he is great in Boogie Nights. Yes, Boogie Nights, great film. And then we've got Jim Jam Movies and TV. Good evening. Good evening, Jim Jam, and welcome to our chat. Even though he's not there at the moment, but he'll be back soon. Unusual seeing Jack Hawkins and Eric Sykes in a Western, Ian. You're so right. I forgot about that, Yeah, right. Eric Sykes was in. He was like playing the servant of one of the aristocratic Germans. Yeah, there were these aristocratic Germans in it. And there's Eric Sykes in a very sort of serious role. I think sometimes we forget about Eric Sykes, that he did pop up in films in sort of serious roles almost. He's there going down round with his tray and the etiquette and all that of this German rich, well-off family. Yes. And of course, Jack Hawkins. Yeah. Do you know, with Jack Hawkins, when I watch Jack Hawkins, it depends what year the film is. I'm thinking, oh yeah, this is probably his original voice, though I don't know. It's because he got throat cancer, didn't he? And they removed the cords, so he couldn't speak. And so sometimes with Jack Hawkins, they dubbed in another voice. But I think this would probably be well before that. It would definitely be well before that. But it was unusual to see him in it. And it was good. I think I always enjoyed Jack Hawkins. Yeah, it was good to see. And Eric Sykes, I think, just showing that there was a lot more to Eric Sykes than I think people realise. And then we've got Tony saying, "Evening, James." And then, I went to see Jaws at the cinema Saturday. Wow, was outstanding. Yes, I can imagine it. I remember seeing it when it came out, and it was outstanding. Again, it was another of those moments that you go and it was a special occasion. But to see it now, absolutely fantastic. You must have really enjoyed that. Yeah, it's good that they're doing all this, that you can see all these classic films. I know Cy goes to see quite a lot, but yeah, Jim Jam, that's great. Yeah, hello, welcome back.
Well,
Yeah,
this. I mean, I'm catching sort of like
yeah,
the end of things a little bit.
yeah,
Am I moving all right?
yeah. You're all right, lad.
Right. I think that, I mean, there's never any bad mouthing in our chat groups, and I solely believe that. But I think the thing I like about Cy is he embraces old films, right? And he sees it from a perspective that you should see it from. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Now I saw a retrospective of Jaws from Did You See That? And I applauded him for his
yeah,
comment,
yeah,
because it's very difficult for somebody to actually come out and have so many friends and all that and actually turn around and say a bad thing about a classic film, right? And
mm,
he mentioned a couple of bad things, but they were in the right context. Do you know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah,
But I still call Did You See That out a little bit, because my God, when if you ever know anything about Jaws and its production and all of that sort of stuff, I didn't find it plodding. He said that it
eh?
plods a little
Really?
bit.
Oh,
I think that's what he said. I mean, I do apologize if he didn't say that, but it, I applauded him. I turned around and said, you're the first person I think that's actually come out with maybe an honest review,
yeah,
that where you're not influenced by, oh, it's my favorite film, and there's these
yeah,
powerful people
yeah,
that will turn around and will banish you to the sin
yeah,
bin for saying something about your favorite film and all of this sort of stuff, right? Because you should never feel intimidated. You know what I
yeah,
mean? I was intimidated not to do some film reviews for a long time, because I
yeah,
thought that all that would happen is that I'd get disliked by
yeah,
people that are not even watching it. They just want
yeah,
it's just against you, and you don't understand the
yeah.
reasoning
I mean,
behind it.
I personally wouldn't review Jaws now, because
What is there to say? I suppose.
it's everything possibly has been said about it, and what perspective can I bring to it? I don't think I could bring any perspective. There are some films that you perhaps can do that to, but I think Jaws is one of those films that it's so well known and well talked about that I don't think it needs my
What is there to say? It's like
reviewing.
Citizen
Yeah,
Kane a little
yes,
bit.
yeah, exactly. So I would, but like if you've got your steel book or what have you, I think that's fine, because it's different context.
Oh, I'll just say
When you're
bye to
reviewing.
wee Bob
Yeah,
Art. Bye, wee Bob.
yeah,
You get
yeah.
sod off you. Get back to bed. That's where you're going. Right, carry on.
No, I'm just saying it's a different context.
Yeah.
You're doing the steel book and just doing a quick look at it. So I think that's fine. But to do a proper review of it would be pointless. I think, for me, absolutely pointless. There are certain films. It's like E.T. is one of my favorite films. And I always wonder about doing a good review of that. But then I think, it's so well
Do
loved.
you know what?
Yeah.
I used to have a funny story. I used to have a funny story about ET.
Yeah.
And it was based around my mum. And you have to hear me out a little bit on
Go
this,
on
because
then. Yeah.
people might have heard of this. But we saw a pirate copy of ET, because
Yes.
it was at the time where VHS, if you had a VHS recorder and you lived in a factory, and your dad was in a factory, everybody had a pirate copy of something.
Yeah.
Right? And ours was ET, Rocky 3, The Mean Machine, and a load of others. Right? There were all sorts of like heavy hitters in the early days of rental for VHS. Right?
Yeah.
And people did it in various different ways. But my mum saw ET, and I told my mum, "Oh, mum, this is going to be incredible." There was £1 million, and I said pounds, and it should have been dollars. $1 million on this puppet alone, this ET. Right? It came on, literally this ET, and it was scared, and all this sort of stuff. She said, that looks like my Mr. Henry movie with a King Edward spud on top. What the hell's that?
King Edward.
And I've never forgotten that. It looks like our Hoover with a spud on the top of it.
Oh dear. Actually, I've contradicted myself. I may have one of my early reviews on the channel reviewed ET. I'm thinking about it, but I didn't have much idea about what I was doing. But I certainly wouldn't do one now.
Do you know what? So many people talk about ET, and I think a lot of people used to talk about Close Encounters, but don't so much anymore.
Yeah, Close Encounters. You see, that would be
Close Encounters would be something I'd more want to know about from your opinion than ET.
Yeah. No, I agree. And of course, Close Encounters is so interesting because of the various cuts of it. I don't know how many cuts of it there is.
Right.
There's loads of them. I think I've got an edition, I think, and it's got loads of them. I don't know. It's just incredible. I can understand why it did get cut in places, because that the famous potato scene, I remember seeing at the time, and it does go on a bit. It does half go on, doesn't it?
Well, there he is building the famous mountain range out of spuds,
and it does.
Then he's building then he's trashed his house and his living room.
Yeah,
and
it's just too much, isn't it? In the end, it does go on in one, but then I've seen it in a better cut, and it fits. It's not as long, and it works better, I think. Yeah.
But I think a lot of people miss. I think the ending. Why the original? Why the original ending was like it was?
Yeah.
Why the original ending was changed?
Yeah.
And then there's the conversation that you have between which is the better, because one involves going into the spaceship and the other one doesn't.
Yeah.
And of course, what you're supposed to think about in that whole end scene is really how we communicate, right?
Yes, yeah.
Which is why there's that music, and all of that sort of stuff, right? Does it detract that music part and how we communicate when you know that Richard Dreyfuss goes into the ship?
Right? Yeah.
Because the whole point was, it was ambiguous, and you made your own thing up, and then there is a definitive. And to be quite honest, sometimes I look back and I go, I like the ambiguous one more.
Yeah.
And then there are other ones where I say, well, I'm glad he did the other one.
Yeah.
Glad he did the other one.
Yeah.
But I'm still in two minds a little bit about which one is the better one.
Yeah.
But when it comes to James Cameron, say, right, and you talk about The Abyss, it's actually a no-brainer on which one you'd want to watch, which is the extra 25 or so minute version, because you see so much more at the end. The ship taking off, the tidal wave that happens, the fact that what happens to the two people that are underwater. She's already said goodbye. He's already said goodbye. Don't want to give too much away, but that's the only bit where I'd have tried to have been ambiguous with it all.
Yeah.
But you can't turn around and say you'd want to watch the theatrical original cut over the extended one, because there's just so many elements in the end of that film that go, oh wow, that's a wow moment, right? And if it wasn't in there, it'd have made the film a bit, because the film was a bit ploddy, I think. A little bit. I don't want to get play it a lot, because I really enjoyed it the first time I watched it in the cinema. I thought it was a great cinema experience.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly.
When I heard that there was going to be an extended cut on Laserdisc, and I bought it on Laserdisc and I played it, I went, wow, what a difference.
Yeah.
Night and Shade. I don't never want to see the normal one again.
Yeah, I
It's got
understand
so
that.
many extra
Yeah,
bits in it that and it so
yeah,
enhances it.
yeah,
But like I say, I don't feel the same about Close Encounters. I can
yeah,
watch one and enjoy them for what they are.
yeah,
I think I more harker back to the
yeah,
original
yeah.
a little bit.
I think I like the fact that in some of these special editions, they have cut out scenes
Yeah,
that
they
you
do.
didn't like. So it hadn't been just a matter of inserting,
Yeah, they take bits out
things.
and put other bits in.
So yeah,
Pace. It's all to do with pace.
yeah,
See?
yeah, yeah. The editor, how he felt, it should be. Anyhow,
But I always
right,
wondered that. I always wondered that as well. When they do an
yeah,
extended cut, is it the original editor that puts it back in? Because you can imagine an
mm,
editor comes in, he's got all these awards, PGR and
yeah,
everything, all after his initials, right? He wins an award for a special effects film as
yeah,
fantastic editing. Somebody comes along, adds 20 minutes to it, and you think, did the original editor do that? And if they didn't, then really you're putting your extra name on top of somebody who did all the work at the beginning.
yeah, and
Is that
often,
is that person pissed off? Right?
but have you noticed though? Sometimes they say the director supervised in it. So was the director then happy to not have the original editor involved?
Well, that's the thing.
Was it? Yeah,
What you have to understand is sometimes these things are re-edited 20 years down the line.
yeah,
Take Star Trek the motion picture, right? Now, Bob Wise was still around,
yeah,
right? And he supervised all the
yeah.
special effects
Yeah,
and
of course,
everything.
the
That came
editor
back
could be
into
dead.
it.
I forgot that the editor could be dead, couldn't they? If it's a
The
long
editor could
time
be
ago.
dead.
Yeah, yeah,
And at the end of the day,
yeah,
it's the director's film.
yeah,
But I still think, some of these films got awards for best editor. Right?
yeah,
It's an actual award that Oscar used to give out. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah,
And I just think, does that editor
yeah,
is he pissed off?
yeah,
Is he
yeah,
pissed off because somebody's come along and put this in and nobody's going to watch the theatrical cut anymore?
yeah. Hey, do you think sometimes? I mean, I don't know all ins and outs, but do you think that the director and editor sometimes are at loggerheads with each
They
other?
probably
Because
are.
the director's done all this filming, he loves it and what he's done, and then somebody's coming along and saying, "Oh, that scene can go, this can go, this can go." Do you think if the director's precious about what he's done,
Well,
he wouldn't be very happy, would he?
if I could live my life again, I always wanted to be an editor,
Yeah,
but I had a selfish reason for being the editor, and that is you're working with the director. Second one, you know exactly what was cut out of the film,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So when everybody's seen the film and somebody's contemplating and said, "I've heard there's an extra 2 seconds of scene
yeah.
where Andy Garcia's head was cut off, and you actually see the head being cut off," and all
Oh,
of
we
this.
get all that business.
Only the editor and the director really know whether
Yeah,
that was actually cut out of the film
yeah,
or not.
yeah,
And I
yeah.
always thought, wouldn't
Yeah,
it be great to be the editor and you could go in and say,
you
"Well, I can
you
tell
could
you, but I'm not going
you could argue that an editor can totally change the feel of a film
The
or
tone of the
a
film
scene.
is done in the editing part." Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, just by somebody a gaze or the way they look at the camera, somebody an actor, and the editor cuts that out might change quite a bit of the
So
feeling, the tone of the film.
so Mainmeister's just come in. Hello, Mainmeister. But
Yeah,
a perfect example is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
yeah.
Three
Oh,
hour.
yeah. There's
It's a
loads.
3-hour script cut
Yeah,
down to 90 minutes. Right.
yeah,
All sorts of things you didn't see, like the pizza delivery guy coming in and giving them their
yeah,
pizza and all of that sort of
yeah,
stuff. And it was the pizza delivery guy that stole the money from them and all of that sort of stuff.
yeah,
The tone of that film changes, right? Because
yeah,
if you'd have seen that scene, you'd have gone, who did steal the money, right? Because
yeah.
even those two are talking to each other and said, "Oh, come on, you took my money," and all that
Yeah,
sort of
that's
stuff,
right.
right?
Yeah, yeah,
That sort of stuff. All you know is that somebody robbed them, and
yeah.
you did see the actual somebody take the money out of it,
You
right?
don't
But it's
see
an
that,
unknown
no.
person. Does
yeah.
it make a difference that you know that it was the pizza guy or not? That's what you have to
Yeah, that's
ask
a good
yourself.
point. Does
And
it
if
make
you cut that out, then you have to cut this out, you have to cut that out, all
Yeah,
of that. Which is why you don't get the conversation that they had while they were eating their pizza and all of the drinks are on the
yeah,
bed and all of this sort of stuff.
yeah,
It's all cut out
yeah.
because the pizza guy was cut out, and for time they
Therefore,
just made it
yeah,
so that they were
yeah,
just robbed.
yeah,
Unknown person robbed them.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So that's a tone change.
yeah. It is. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Right.
nice that May Meister reminded me of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
We've got Sai saying, "Oh, Magnolia for me is just brilliant in it." That's William uh, H. Macy.
Macy.
Yeah, him in that. Yeah.
You never hear much about him anymore.
No.
I've got Magnolia. It's a great film. I like the Cooler. I mean, he's absolutely fantastic in that. He's been in so
Yeah.
many films, always in the fringe, always on the
Yeah.
fringe, really.
Yeah.
But he's such a sort of like an old hand. I call it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He just fits in.
Yeah.
Got that sort of face.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Actually, you're interested in that saying that he has got a face, hasn't he?
Yeah.
An unforgettable face. Yes.
People can
That's
mention
true.
so many different names, and I'm going in my head.
Yeah.
I can't remember what she looks like. I can't remember what he
Yeah.
looks like.
Yeah.
You mentioned William H. Macy.
You know. Yeah.
I know where I'm at.
Yeah. That's very true. Yeah.
I
He's a
think it's the
very
same, actually. I
recognizable.
think it's the same, really, with Anthony
Yeah.
Hopkins and Alec Baldwin.
Yeah. There's certain actors that you just Right, and then we've got Jim Jam saying hi, Tony, and he says gave Labyrinth a rewatch the other day, still a classic.
What do you think?
I'm
What do you think of that?
going to repeat what Sai says. Sai says, "I've never seen Labyrinth. No, I haven't.
I've seen it. Now, when I first saw it, didn't much like it. But then again, I was exactly the same feeling with Dark Crystal, right? Which is another film that you could probably say in the same breath as Labyrinth.
Yes, yeah,
Never ending story, obviously, is Jim Jam's sort of like thing. So I won't go down that route. But Labyrinth, if it wasn't for David Bowie, I would say it's a forgettable film.
Really?
Yeah, stealing a baby, king of some sort of maze, wants the baby, blah blah blah. I mean, you could turn around and say, this is why Time Bandits doesn't work, right? Because it's just loads of sort of like little people going through time, changing things around. They're pissed off because they were they were told that they can't make trees anymore. Whatever it is. I can't remember quite what the story is in Time Bandits. But what I'm trying to say is there was lots of films, Time Bandits, Jabberwocky. I can remember that one. Blackbeard, I think that was another one.
Yeah.
You know, all of these films, but they weren't made for us. And I still say this: Labyrinth was at a time where I think I was growing out of that film, and I watched it at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Looking back at it, if it wasn't the fact that David Bowie was in it, I wouldn't go back and revisit it. Nothing in there for me to go back and revisit. Yeah. I loved him. I love the Muppets, and I love all of that, all of the puppetry in so many different films. But the story is just about a little baby. It doesn't interest me.
Yeah,
Dark Crystal even is more dark of a film, and I'd get more enjoyment out of it. But the fact that David Bowie's in it makes me want to watch that one more than Dark Crystal does.
Yeah.
Even though I think Dark Crystal's the better film.
Oh, dear.
It's amazing how one person can change something.
Yeah.
You could almost say, The Man Who Fell to Earth would be nothing without David Bowie.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's a weird film anyway.
Yeah.
But really, it's just set on Earth, and it's him going around and discovering humanity with sex and all of this.
And it kind of corrupts him.
And at the end of the day, if you'd have put another actor in there, you'd have gone, "What's this shit?"
Yeah.
Right.
But with him, it works.
With him, it works because he's a weird-looking bloody bloke. Anyway, it was like Ziggy from Ziggy Stardust had found his film all of a sudden.
It was made for him. That film. That film was just made for him. I don't think the director had any other choice but David Bowie for that, because he just thought, that's it.
Anyway, we better get through the credits because it's 10 o'clock, isn't it?
Right. So glad you ordered the goodies set, Del, for a tenner. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Got mine arriving tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what? I've had for so long now, every turning around and saying, "We've got your parcel." And I'm going, "Yeah, can I have it then?"
Oh, they're still driving around.
I'm fed up of hearing these things that say we've got it, and 4 days later.
They're pretty bad, aren't they? That every whatever they're called. Yeah, they're not very good.
They take 4 days from the moment they say they've got it, and that's because what you don't understand is what they mean is the depot's got it.
Yes,
right?
It's got
to go to another depot from there, and then it's got to go to the driver, and then you get. But it's just that it's annoying because it comes and says, "We're expecting a parcel today," right? Yeah. That's the first one you get. The next one says, "We've got that parcel. It's the same day." Right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to get this tomorrow then. Do you? It's 4 days
later. Right. Then. Oh yeah, you say thanks, Jim Jam. Also, have Thriller coming. Oh yeah, how much would Thriller?
Now he presented me with a link for $39.99 for the 16-disc set. That's usually about 80 quid.
Well, that's a good bargain, isn't it? Yeah.
I found one. If you go down the bottom after you see one, and it goes, "Here's other versions," right? There was one that was selling one in really, really good condition, but it was in the cardboard box rather than the old with the newer jewel case one. Still the same amount of episodes, still the same 16 discs, and it was £4 cheaper with free postage and packaging. So I got it for $35.95 in the end.
Yeah, that's good.
For a 16-disc 1970s classic, because it's Brian Clements, by the way. Brian Clements.
Yeah.
I'm looking out now for Armchair Thriller.
Yes.
The successor.
Hasn't Network got that up? Some Armchair.
They both are Network. They're both Network.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, because I've got Thriller, I now want Armchair Thriller.
Yeah.
There was one before Thriller, by the way. But I can't remember the title of it, but it was one of those sort of, you know how the BBC used to do a comedy of the week, and it was part of a drama set type thing. There was a thriller type series that was all thrillers grouped up together, but it was a drama of the week type thing. And then it got a name of Thriller, of something in the thriller. They then include it in with this line of Armchair Thriller.
Right, I get you.
Because it's a successor.
It
continues down the line. And if you look in the original ones, Brian Clements would have written about 2 of the stories or something, which gives it that link. That you so need. But I can't remember all the names of them. I tell you what, Denny's the one I go to when I'm trying to figure out all this stuff.
Oh right, yeah. Jim Jam says, "Sigh, worth it to see David Bowie jiggle with his balls."
Yeah, because in Labyrinth he's got these metal globes that he holds around.
Right, okay. And then Tony says, Eve Marie Saint was in a good Western I recently saw, Stalking Moon, 1968, with Gregory Peck, the great Gregory Peck. I like Gregory Peck. Yeah. That was the first time I'd ever seen it.
Just to tell the world, take that with a pinch of salt. Tony York says that there's a good film. Yeah, right. I believe that when I see it. He watches so much shit, and he turns around and says it's great, right? Rant. By the way, actually, it's probably a pretty good film. but I was trying to besmirch him then.
Yeah.
Stuff you, Tony York.
Yeah.
Here's another film that you want to turn around and say, I've seen and you haven't, you bastards. Sod you.
Gregory Peck has a great wide range of acting. Definitely, he's a great actor. Very brilliant actor.
Yeah.
And then Muckman says, James, I know you love Never Ending Story, but for me, Labyrinth is the best human with puppets film of all time. I love that film. Oh, well. And then, Del, you're very welcome, sir. So there you are. Very welcome for putting you in that direction. Oh, I hope he's coming.
Now, I will turn around and say Muppets Christmas Carol beats that.
Yeah, that always comes out at Christmas. People talk about it.
If you want to know, when it comes to TV, I would go as far as saying Farscape trumps any of them.
Farscape, God, yeah. And then, listen, Toyo, it's that the 70s anthology thriller, Del, is on network.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's the 70s anthology. Yeah. The Brian Clements.
Yeah. Muckman, yeah. Puppetry is fantastic in Labyrinth.
Because it's Jim Henson. Jim Henson. You can't turn around and say that there isn't a Jim Henson thing that's really badly done.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the story in Labyrinth to me.
Yeah, is a bit weird. Yeah. So you need to watch Labyrinth, but it won't have the same impact seeing it for the first time as an adult.
I think that's exactly what I was trying to get across. I saw it just at the time that I was turning, and I, into leaving school and going into work, and to me, I was going, "What's this?"
Yeah, you would. It wasn't the right time for you to see that film.
And then when I've gone back to it, I've watched it because of David Bowie, and there's no other reason.
Yeah, well, age changes things though as well. Yeah, definitely. And of course it's Bowie, so yeah. And then he says, Jim Jam, love the music in Labyrinth.
Yeah.
And then Sai says, I'm surprised I haven't seen it because I'm in love with Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah, she's in it. Yeah, very early. You see I'll tell you what, Si, you see no end of pictures of her ass as she's running down them labyrinths. I mean, you'll love it. There she is running down. Look, there's her jeans. Look, all up, her backside wobbling. Look, she runs down the other corner of the labyrinth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll love it.
And then Jim says, Tony, yep, I gave Del the hands up. They had it on eBay, £40 a steal, as it's usually about 80. Yeah, half price.
And that's the reason why I pulled the trigger.
Yeah. I have a lot of nostalgia for Labyrinth. I had a crush on Jennifer Connelly, yes, after seeing the film. She's 3 years older than me. Shock horror.
Yeah. I didn't know that McMahon was 38.
Tony, good series that, James. I have the network DVD set. Yeah, it is a good series. So that's your challenge for this week, to watch Labyrinth and give us a review next week.
Well, it wouldn't be like pulling teeth, but I wouldn't really want to. I really wouldn't want that as a homework project, really.
No, it won't be like. She's 4 years older than me, so she must be 73. Yep. And then Tony says, can't remember what I paid. Wouldn't be so much, but I've had it for years. Yeah, if you got it originally. It wouldn't. Oh, yeah. Definitely it's one I do need, but I was kind and let Delly Welly have it. Laugh out.
Oh, he didn't say that. Well, to be quite honest, he could still have it because I didn't buy the one he actually gave me the link to. I bought one that was fit.
It's probably gone now.
No, because the one thing he actually showed, I think it said 4 in stock.
Oh, well, that's
The
quite a
one
lot.
that I went to was the last one, but it was in the cardboard packaging, and it said
Yeah.
that it was in. You see, the one that he gave me a link to said it was in good condition. The one that I got was very good condition, no marks
Ah,
on the discs, but
yeah,
there are scuff marks on the cardboard box. But I expect that because it's cardboard.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it's one of those ones with the cardboard box, but it's got a
yeah,
lid, and when you take the lid off, it's got the plastic
yeah,
discs.
yeah.
For all of the stuff.
The problem with
So,
those plastic cases is sometimes they can be damaged, can't they? Quite a
well,
bit.
you see, the
Sometimes.
other thing was is because it came
Yeah,
with 3 individual plastic wrappers that it fits in a cardboard box, right?
yeah,
I know that those inserts that fold over, where you've got 16 discs all held in one great big,
yeah,
those
yeah.
snap off and they're a pain in the arse.
They
Right?
are. Yeah, they are.
So
Yeah,
I just thought I'd rather have the ones where you can put 4 discs or something in each one and it's not going to snap,
yeah,
and all that. They're much easier to replace. And if the cardboard box deteriorated, you've still got the individual covers that tell you what they are. It's just a shame that the cardboard box deteriorated. So
yeah,
it just made a bit more sense to me. That was all, to have that one. That was all.
yeah.
No other reason. But what
Um,
a fantastic find. Thank you very
yeah,
much.
there is. Yeah. Cy Robson, 74 rules.
Was that 1974?
I don't know. 73 rules more. I suppose it's
Oh,
better.
right. Yeah.
I wonder if it's, would it be when they were born? No, I don't know. I don't
Yes,
know.
that'll be when they were born.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I would say 73. I like quite a lot. There's a lot of good things happening in 73 musically. There's a lot of good albums in
Well,
73.
look, I'd have to go back. I'd have to go back, and this is, by the way, a terrible plug for Ian's channel, right?
Yeah.
I'd have to go back now and look at all his shorts and look at 73 and see what the top 5 films were in war and science fiction and drama and comedy. And by the way, boys and girls, you can too, because he's got them all on his channel. And you can have a look and see what films were around in 1973. There you are.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Before we go on any further, I'm going to give my usual plug to Delboy's channel. Now, Delboy's channel, fantastic channel. We all know about the blog, but hey, Matt, he's doing other things as well. He does all his gaming stuff, but recently he's been doing some film stuff. Yes, it's fantastic. I love it when we see the film stuff, as you might guess. So please, if you've not subscribed to his channel, please subscribe. I've put the link in the description, so just click that and subscribe. Great channel. You'll really enjoy it. And that's my
Do you know
plug.
what? Thank you so much. But I just want to thank Muckman, actually. He put the nicest compliment on my last Delboy film shorts.
Yeah.
He turned around and said, "Nobody talks about The Frighteners." Great film.
Yeah.
One of his.
That's the latest one you did. Yeah.
Now, the Frighteners to me is one of those films where I saw it initially and I just came, and I actually mentioned at the end, I said, didn't know quite what to take of it really, because Michael J. Fox had been in so many comedies and was so well beloved in Back to the Future. And apart from Casualties of War, and I didn't really mention the name of the film, but I did mention there was a couple of dramas in there. Frighteners was an unusual film because I was expecting, from the advert, the trailer, and I saw that trailer before I went to see it at the cinema. I thought it was going to be Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
And it's as far away from Ghostbusters as you could possibly think. And I'll tell you what, the funniest scenes in that are the drill sergeant in the graveyard that orders the ghosts to go back. He keeps them in check and say, "You've got to go back to your grave." He's the actual drill sergeant, and that's so funny. That to me is so funny. And by the way, is it Jake Busey that's in it? That's the son of Gary
Busey.
Busey.
Yeah.
He looked like his dad.
Yeah. So you're
Wow.
saying, in effect, that because they didn't do the right marketing for this film, it flopped. How important marketing
Yeah.
is to a film.
I tried to put that in my collector software is so good it actually lists an awful lot of notes at the bottom, right? What I've later found out about as well is that the actual Universal, is it Universal that it came through? I think it was. Yeah. They so impressed with the film that they pushed it 3 months earlier.
Yeah.
Right. Now think about it a minute. This is when Hollywood pushes things because they want them to be blockbusters and they put them in the summer, right? But that meant what actually they should have done is kept it where it was, because 3 months later it'd have been Halloween.
Yeah.
Well, who in their right minds turns a horror film that was from Halloween and puts it right in the middle of summer?
Yeah.
It's like eating an ice cream in winter, right? You have that in the summer, cool you down in the summer. It should have stayed where it was, and had been a winter blockbuster or a Thanksgiving blockbuster or something, right? But I can't remember that far back on whether that was a thing, because everything was being pushed. If you had a summer blockbuster, it was always Last Action Hero, or it was anything with Schwarzenegger, anything with Stallone, all of that sort of stuff. I think that would have been a totally different received film if that had stayed as because, like I said, it was also broadcast the same day as the Atlanta Olympics.
Yeah.
I mean, what a day to go. Should we go and watch the actual opening of the Olympics in our country, which hasn't been here for about 40 years?
I'll go to the cinema.
Pictures and see the Frighteners.
Yeah. Oh, we'll put that back. We'll wait.
Well, I'll watch that next week.
Another time,
right?
Yeah.
So no wonder it opened to number 5.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
And he's quite right. The initial poster tells you nothing.
Yeah.
But then again, I go for more simplistic posters. I think they make me go, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Right? I think posters are too busy these days.
Yeah.
You've got to have every bloody actor's face on the front of it. Otherwise, you're going to upset someone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh Christ! You can't have a poster without Robert Downey Jr.'s face on it. He'll be chucking his bloody dummy out of his face and chucking the toys out the pram. We got to, so it's got to be like front and center, and then we'll have all the other little montage going around like this.
Everybody,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Christ helps them when they get to Avengers Endgame, right? It's got something like 192 actors in it or something. You're going to put all the faces on that then?
Yeah.
You're going to upset
what I wanted to ask is, was that his last film before his illness came out?
It was his last major film.
Oh right,
he went back to TV and did a couple of series, I think, where he was a spin wizard or something in a 2000s idea. I think he worked for an idea company or something. He did 2 seasons of that. I think he's turned up now, hasn't he, as a walk-on part in a film? But mostly he goes around campaigning for Parkinson's disease. And of course, anything to plug Back to the Future, he'll do that because he does turn around and say it's the defining moment in my acting career. Even though he was doing fantastic stuff on TV, with that family. What was it called? Family. It was called The Family something or other, wasn't it? He was the brother or something in I forgot what the bloody TV series was called.
Yeah.
But anyway, it lasted for about 4 or 5 seasons, and of course he was working at night on Back to the Future and going back in the day and working on that TV series. And the less said about the original actor that was going to be playing Marty, everybody keeps turning around and saying Family Ties. Thanks, Si. everybody keeps turning around and saying, look, Back to the Future's coming out again for another anniversary edition, right? And it's 50 quid a box set as well. So that's 150 quid if you're going to buy all 3 of them again, right? And I tell you what, it's the same 4K pressing, folks, just to let you know. There's no change to that pressing, right? Right? Not as far as I know, right? So you're spending 50 quid for the same film, just for the extras, which is going to be a poster of Jaws 19 and all this sort of stuff, right? You want to spend 50 quid, you go and knock your socks off, right? But even I'm going, am I going to spend 150 quid on this?
No.
Film, right? I love Back to the Future, but even I'm in and ahhing, and I know that I've got time to and ah.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, talking about films and re-releases, it's a re-release after a re-release after a re-release after a re-release with that one.
Yeah.
And I totally get it. Your audience is out there to make people buy it again. You know, I mean, everybody that bought the last set is probably going to buy this set.
Yeah. It's a well-loved.
It's a well-loved.
Yeah,
it's a well-loved. And it's deserved.
Yeah. Right, let's have a look. What have we got here? Si says, I'll give it a watch, Jim Jam. What was that in connection with?
Thriller, probably.
Oh, Thriller. Oh, yeah.
Might be. No, Labyrinth.
Oh, Labyrinth. Yeah. Here we are. Jim Jam says, I was born in 1985. So name as many films as you can that came out in 1985. Laugh out loud.
Bloody Back to the Future, isn't it? There you are. I mean, Christ.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to cheat. And there you are.
Name some films, 1985.
Yeah.
I bet you any money I've seen them all.
Let's go through them.
I was going to the cinema like every week. 1985.
Right. Films.
I mean, obviously I haven't seen every film 1985. I'm just saying, you know, the big ones. I'm pretty sure I can turn around and go, yeah, I saw that.
Right. Top picks for 1985. Private Resort. I'm not into that. Flesh and Blood. Oh, you'll know this one. The famous one. A View to Kill.
Yeah. The Bond film of the summer.
The Supergrass. I've not heard of that one. Oh, the
Supergrass,
Quiet Earth. The Quiet Earth.
White Earp, yeah.
Spies Like Us.
With Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd.
Oh, yeah. Friday the 13th. A New Beginning. How many final chapters of New Beginnings did we get? Then a film called The Annihilators. Screwballs 2.
Screwballs 2,
very 80s. Young Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, with the very first digital animation of a stained glass window that turned into a night that they had to do. So that was the very first digital animation for Industrial Light and Magic.
Right. And then a film that I really like, it's an Argento one, Phenomena. That's 1985.
Yeah.
Revolution. 1985. I don't know that one. Revolution.
No,
it's American. It's American. Looking at the photograph, sort of. It could be Civil War, or it could be the actual. Well, Revolution sounds like the rebellion against the British. I don't know. I've not heard that one. That was then. This is now. I'm not.
Yeah.
That one. The Execution. Come and See. Oh, here's one for you. Ghoulies.
Oh, Christ.
Ghoulies.
Yeah, if anybody knows that Ghoulies is up there with Critters.
Yeah. And another one must be bad. DEFCON 4. I don't know. I've never heard of that.
Do you know what? I reckon I've seen that, but I saw that, I think, at video rental.
And here we were talking about Legend. There we are.
Legend Ridley Scott with
Yeah,
Tom
yeah,
Cruise as the pixie.
yeah,
And the two. By the way, hang on before you go any further. And
yeah.
the two soundtracks, one by Tangerine Dream and the other
Yes.
one by guess
No.
who?
No, no.
Jerry
We've got it here.
Goldsmith.
Here we are.
Jerry
Oh God.
Goldsmith did the score for
No,
Legend.
no, not again.
Anyway, far away. Carry
Oh,
on.
another film that you sent to me not long ago, Explorers,
Yeah.
1985. The Ripper. I don't know that one. Oh, now this film is one of my all-time favorite films. It's up there with Dune, 1984. It is Life Force.
Oh wow, yeah, we've all got
I
Life Force,
love
haven't
Life
we?
Force.
Space vampires in Haley's Comet.
It's
What can you?
absolutely brilliant.
And lots of nudity.
I
I mean, at the end of the day, what's not to like, really?
It's still a great film. It's set in London as well, and
it still makes me laugh where one of the security guards wakes up.
Yeah.
He goes, runs towards the bars, smashes himself into dust as he goes through it. Always makes me laugh.
No, it's a great.
Always makes me laugh.
A film that I probably would enjoy, but I've not seen, probably because it might be considered, I don't know, but for me, A Room with a View. I think that's sort of.
Oh yeah, Room with a View.
That one. And now there's a film here. I know about it, about Jacques Kerouac. Kerouac, the movie. I would probably find that interesting. You know, such an influential figure in American music. Clue, the movie. I don't know.
That's coming out on Steelbook as well this year.
Yeah. And then, I don't like this film. But a lot of people do. A lot of people really love this film. I'm not me, though. The Goonies. That came out in that year.
No, I do get why people like the Goonies, but I
do. It just not. I just don't. For me,
I mean, it stood for years as one of the biggest sets, didn't it? With that big ship and that was there, and the fact that all the actors fell into the water and nobody knew what this set looked like, and they all had their expressions on. But you got to remember that there's certain people that were picked on after watching the Goonies because there's a fat kid in it, and they say, "Do your little dance," and he had his belly out, and he had to do his little dance, and all this sort of stuff, right? Yeah. And people that went into school would actually name you that person and basically get you to do that. And this is bullying, and this was at a time where bullies got away with that sort of stuff. I left school; it wasn't going to happen to me. But I went through school with people calling me Roland from Grange Hill and all sorts of stuff. Yeah. And, as much, I don't know whether they do that type of thing anymore, where they try and, even if it's just in jest, they try and pick on you. Because Weird Science had the same thing. You had the bigger brother that said, "Hey, short one, you little dick. What's going on?" Yeah. And picking on the little sibling. But what I'm trying to say is that was a little bit too far to make that fat kid do his little dance and all that sort of stuff, because that's a key bit in the moment in the scene, and people then remember that, laugh, and go, "Oh, I think I can get somebody else that'll do that, and if they don't, I'm going to beat the shit out of him." Right? And that's how people were in the 80s. No.
So we've got Back to the Future. Oh no, I've not heard of this one, but it's a Val Kilmer film, Real Genius.
No, I don't remember.
Very young. Now the next one, I really enjoy this. The next film, it's a comedy, Brewster's Millions.
Wow, yeah, and that's a remake, isn't it, of a film?
Yeah, I just love that. And then Summer.
Well, again, John Candy, I think, stands out in that film, which is probably good. And of course, there is that what's her name from Jane Mulgrew, isn't it? She's in it.
Oh yes,
she's the one who's doing all this. Give me the room that I could die in, or something. Isn't it? And it's got full of classic moments, like him going into the store, buying a penny black, and then posting it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there are some absolute. I just
Yeah.
sometimes thought Richard Pryor would never think of that.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like the type of guy
Yeah.
that's intelligent enough
I
to think,
love that idea.
I know how I could lose millions, right?
Yeah, I know, it's so great. The ending as it builds up.
It's still a cracking
Yeah,
film.
I love it because it's such a great punchline at the end. What happens, you know?
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah, it's great. Uh, Summer Rental. I don't know that one. That looks like thing. Murphy's Romance. Oh, of course, Fright Night. That came
Oh
out
wow. Again, being released as a 4K on Steelbook this year.
1985. Ordeal by Innocence. I don't know that one. Came a Hot Friday. Brazil. Wow, surreal,
Such a
brilliant,
misunderstood
fantastic.
film is Brazil.
What
Don't
a
you think?
film!
I mean, there you are. You see a picture on the cover of a bloke with wings sort of flying out from some sort of like building. When you actually get to watch it, it's such a weird
Oh, it is. It's a
weird
great.
film to
It,
watch. But
yeah,
I loved it.
yeah,
It's
I did. I absolutely loved it for that weirdness. I think
yeah,
that's what
but
makes
I
it.
didn't
Yeah.
feel the same. I didn't feel the same years later with the Adventures of Baron Munchausen.
No, I didn't. I saw that at cinema, and
I was so disappointed with
I was.
Baron Munchausen.
I just didn't think it worked. I
No,
didn't think the film worked at all. I think it was a total mistake.
Brazil. Don't get me wrong; it was a hard sell, but Baron Munchausen, wow.
Oh, terrible. Actually, it's all. I couldn't watch it again.
Do you know what? I've got Brazil on Blu-ray. I have not got Baron Munchausen.
Yeah, I wouldn't get that.
Anything other than DVD, I think.
Yeah. Let's see, a film called School Spirit, then After Hours.
Well, After Hours is classic.
Yeah. Oh,
you know what? You know about After Hours? It's a Criterion one. That one.
I don't know that one, but there's a courtroom drama which I really love. Is Jagged Edge.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, when you've seen it once, you know the big sort of thing at the end. But it's still, I can still rewatch it, knowing the outcome and the ending. It's still a great film.
Have you seen After Hours?
No, I've not seen After Hours.
I will basically get that sent to you. Just for you to watch.
Yeah,
it's one of those films that it's got Rosanna Arquette in it, and it's all about a bloke that's that basically gets trapped in an area of New York with no money.
Oh, do you know something? I think I might have seen that now. Is it where he's going through really bad areas he has to go through?
That's it.
And survive those. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah,
it's a great film.
Yeah.
It never used to get talked about. Then it came out on Criterion. Everybody talked about it.
Yeah. Oh,
everybody
yeah.
was going, oh, you got to play this.
Yeah.
And much the same way that Blowout never used to get talked about. Then it came out on Criterion. Then everybody was talking about it. In much the same way. But I must admit, I've got a soft spot for After Hours because he met this this beautiful girl, all this paper mache sort of like model. And I just thought to myself, Christ, the one thing that ain't going to happen to me in New York is for a taxi driver to drop me off when I've got no money in an area. Right. I haven't got a bloody clue how I'd get out of it.
Survive. There's a film called The Strangeness. I've not heard of that one. Hallucinations. Oh, the next one you've heard of. It's funny we brought him up again earlier. Teen Wolf. Michael J. Fox.
I mean, Michael J. Fox, Teen Wolf. I think he did it before Back to the Future, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was definitely released after, but I think it was released after, but it was done before, and it was watched and made a success because of Back to the Future's success.
Yeah.
It was on the curtails. I think that's the way it works. I might be wrong. You got to remember, we're talking 40 years ago now, and I haven't done any background research or any of this. This is my memories, but the thing about Teen Wolf for me was it was great as a video rental, but wasn't great as a cinema release.
Yeah,
and Teen Wolf 2 was atrocious.
there's a film here that I think Tony York will probably know about. It's a Michael Caine film. It looks like it could be a Cold War
Fourth
kind of film.
Protocol, is it?
Called the Holocroft Covenant. I've not heard
Oh,
of that
right.
one, but it's Michael Caine. I can see.
I thought you were going to say the Fourth Protocol.
Oh yeah, I know, but that's obviously not 85. I don't think.
No, that is the 80s though.
Yeah. Oh, and then there's a film that is brilliant. I saw this at the cinema. Witness. Great.
Oh
Film.
wow, Witness is
Yeah.
Harrison Ford, isn't it?
Yeah. It is. It's just such a. It's a well constructed film.
Well, he came up with a glut of films, didn't he? Because Frenzy, I think, came out in this same decade, didn't it? Frenzy, Witness.
Yeah. There was a whole lot of films. You're right. He did have a really good, strong period. Well, Fugitive probably was in this period as well.
Yes, in its 80s.
Yeah. Right, a film called Creature. I've heard of this one. I've never seen it. It's one of those films that I didn't really want to see. Brat Pack film, St. Elmo's Fire.
Oh Christ!
I've never seen that one.
Again, John Hughes was hit and miss for me. I never understood 16 Candles. She's Pretty in Pink, all of that sort of stuff. St. Elmo's Fire was closer to a film that I would have. I thought would have been okay, like Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that you can remember about St. Elmo's Fire was basically had Demi Moore in it.
Yeah.
She didn't look too bad.
No, she still doesn't. She's not in bad fat now.
Yeah, see the substance. Oh my God, yeah, have a look.
No, I think everybody's heard of this film, House. That came out in.
Did the House series start in 1985?
Yeah.
House 2 was an incredible video rental. House 2, and then people that went and saw House 2 on rental suddenly went, "Where's the original House?" And then all the video rentals had to go and get House in. And then you had one copy in, because House 2 was phenomenal because of its comedy element. Was in it, right. But you can buy the House as a collection set now, can't you? I think
I think there's been a whole lot of them. I don't, how many films is there?
5 was there? Was there 5?
Could be. Day of the Dead came out in 1985. Friday the 13th New Begin. We mentioned that before. Anyhow, they're just some of 85.
Yeah,
films.
We'll be here forever.
We better
I tell you what, Jim Jam, your band. Right, just want to let you know, you're right. Your band. Don't ever turn around and say, "What are your memories about a certain year?" Because we'll be here for frigging hours talking about films from that era. And I tell you what, we ought to have a bloody corner of the actual section of this chat that talks just half an hour about 1 year of film. Right?
That is an interesting.
What our memories are of it.
My favorite film is from 73. Oh, The Sting. It's a very popular film. Sweet side.
By the way, I'll be back in. I've got to lock the door in because my mum will be waiting.
I'll just carry on.
I'll be waking my mum up at 12 o'clock to shut the door, so I've got to lock it. Right.
And then Tony says, 60s definitely don't rule in regards to age. Shh. No, actually, if we're going about films, I love 1960s films. Absolutely wonderful period. Brilliant films at 60s. Absolutely. Look at all them Hammer films that they did in 60s and then carried on into 70s. And then, The Exorcist, 73. Wow. What can I say? The Exorcist, one of my all-time favorite horror films. It's such a good film. I just love it. As I always say it, Exorcist and Suspiria are always up there at the top for me. With The Omen. Always. I know people put Fright Night above probably as their greatest one. That's from 85. Fright Night, as good as a film it is a very good film. It's not The Exorcist. it's not The Omen, and it's not Suspiria. That's why I would put them above Fright Night. But not to. I mean, Fright Night is just great fun. But I've heard a lot of people put it as their favorite horror film, and perhaps it is. But for me, it's not. It's not a pure horror film. I know people might think, "Oh, but you've got to." I think the comedy element detracts somewhat. Not in terms of horror, straight horror. That's why I don't put it in my top. As good a film as it, to me, it's just not Exorcist, Suspiria, The Omen. They're really good horror for me. I think I might be the youngest person in the chat. Yes, you probably are, actually. You never know. Yeah, but DVDs trump downloads. Sherlock. Oh, yes, it's true. Actually, DVDs are. I love DVDs. I'm not ashamed to say it, and I don't mind them free as well. But honestly, a film, you watch the film and you can just enjoy the film. As I say, it's all about the movies, and if I watch it in DVD, that's fine. All right, thoughts on the actor Roy Marsden now? I'm sorry about this, Muckman. I bet Delboy will know. I'm just gonna have a look. Right. Master, I'm sorry, but yes, that's why I have Delboy on, because he knows more than I do. He probably knows who it is. Roy Marsden, English actor. So look. Oh yeah, I've seen his face, definitely. Let's have a look at the films. Sandbaggers, The Black Tower, Cover Her Face, Shroud for a Nightingale. Actually, I don't know them. Airline, Death of an Expert Witness. Oh, King Solomon's Mine, but that's a later version, 2004. Some of these look like TV. A Certain Justice. Oh yeah, Dalglish. I don't. They're all TV series that I haven't watched. Original Sin, 1997. I don't know. That could be a film. A Taste of Death, 2004. King Solomon's Mine is obviously a remake of the original. The Sandbaggers. Yeah, I know it sounds terrible, but I don't watch a lot of TV series, apart from a few classics of the old ones, real old ones, like The X-Files. Yes. There's David Williams there, Partners in Crime, 2014. Yeah, he's an actor, I don't know. Holy Flying Circus?
Did I hear my name mentioned?
Was that connected with Monty Python about them? I don't know.
Roy Marsden.
Yeah. There's a film 2011 called Holy Flying Circus.
Oh.
I don't know.
I only know Roy Marsden from TV.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm looking at all these and thinking.
Well, he was PD James. In the detective novels.
Yeah.
That were on ITV.
He must go back a bit, because the late night theatre, there's Ian Hendry there, so that's going back to probably 60s. He's probably in those Thriller episodes. Pops up somewhere.
He possibly is.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's all these are TV stuff, so that's why I don't really. I've not seen hardly any of these things. Right. So I'm sorry, Jim Jam. But he's obviously a well-seasoned, very.
He was in a comedy as well. PD James is a detective thing, but he was. I could hear his voice and see him sitting in a sofa saying something, and I can't remember what the comedy was, but he was of like a father or something sitting in his chair talking, much the same way as the royal family or something.
Yeah.
I can't think what it was though.
I don't really know much about acting, but if you get associated with TV series, does it affect people casting them in films?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Roy Marsden was in an episode of Only Fools and Horses called the longest night, where somebody came in and tried to do a robbery in the supermarket, and they tried to have eyewitnesses, and they got Delboy thinking that he hadn't bought his goods. Went up into the room, and Roy Marsden was the security officer, and he was he was in with the robbery, as was the store owner, because he saw what his pension was going to be like, and he said he'd get more money if he was working for the department in Kuala Lumpur. He said. I remember, that's what I remember about it. And it was just that episode is so funny because it's just got so many great lines, because this criminal that was in that episode, he was a black actor, of course nobody knew what his name was. He called himself the Scarlet Pimpernel or something. He came out, he said, they seek him here, they seek him there, those police seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in hell? That damned elusive Shad-Do, because his name was the Shadow, Shad-Do. We went, yeah, that rhymes really well, that does. And then we find out what his name was, and his mother was a church goer, and all of this sort of stuff. They'd been there all night. And he was being held up by a Luger that was made in Taiwan. It's just full of great lines. That I remember now. Roy Marsden was definitely the security officer in Only Fools and Horses, that episode.
Right. Yeah.
But I know that because of Delboy, you see. And,
of course, it's your thing. It should be. But yeah, it just interests me that why there's a division between people who appear in films and not as much in TV, or not at all on TV.
Yeah.
Why is that, I wonder? Do you get?
I must admit, I don't know of any chat channel that would have said, "Hey, can you have your thoughts on Roy Marsden only in here?" And I think that would have only have cropped up because I bet you any money he's bought himself a network title.
Yes.
And he wants to know what our thoughts are, right?
Yeah.
On this actor that just appeared in his latest network.
You know it.
Purchase.
You know it. Muckman, that's my favorite horror film. Was that Fright Night he was on about? Probably
Fright Night.
Yeah, he was on about that. Yeah.
I'd say it's one of my favorite comedy horror.
Maybe that's why I don't like it as much.
I tell you what, I like that film because I'll tell you what, for one thing and one thing only, really, right? And that is Roddy McDowall.
Yes, I like Roddy McDowall, but everybody goes on about it being
if he wasn't in it, would it be the same film?
No, it wouldn't.
I can't think of another actor that would have done well. If they'd have got someone like say they got the vampire that used to be in the Munsters in it, right? To play that character, which makes sense because that actor, I think, did do Elvira type introductions to horror films in the Halloween period. I still don't think it would have worked.
Yeah,
because Roddy McDowall was just he was just that face, and it's almost like, would the Planet of the Apes films would they have been the same if it weren't for the fact that you had Roddy McDowall in it? Roddy McDowall's got that voice and that characterization, to be that type of person that is sort of like intelligent, but also you feel something for him. Where all the other apes you couldn't give a shit about, right? You always wanted Cornelius to live.
Yeah,
I mean? It was like, Cornelius
Yeah,
is great, and you remember him and all of that sort of
yeah,
stuff. He's the voiceover through all the film. Well,
yeah.
apart from the second film, he wasn't in
Well,
the
the
second film.
originals, you can't beat the originals.
He
As
wasn't
much
in the
as
second film, but
as much as the remakes are good, they're not the originals.
yeah.
That's why I love the Planet of the Apes. But it's just my point about horror. I prefer, if I'm into a horror, I don't want the comedy, and I want proper horror, and that's why I don't think I rate
Well,
Fright Night.
I love Young
Yeah,
Frankenstein, right?
yeah, I
But
do. I wouldn't.
I recognize it not as a horror film, but
It's
as
a
a
comedy
parody.
film for me.
Um,
A
you
good
know,
one, an excellent one of the best.
you
It's
know.
one of the best horror comedy films.
Oh yeah, I mean,
But
even
it's
now
not a
I've got the song "Putting on the Ritz" in my head now. I
yeah,
mean,
but
because I've
it's
mentioned it.
not for me. If I want to watch horror, I want to watch horror. I don't want to watch comedy in horror. I want that for
Yeah,
me. You
I
know,
get it.
yeah.
I mean,
But yeah, a lot of
comedy.
people will say Fright Night is a great horror film as one of their favorite, and maybe it is for them. But for me personally, I'd rather watch a straight Hammer film, just a straight horror film like The Exorcist, which is for me the pinnacle of horror, and
Well,
Suspiria. But I mean,
I always looked at comedy and horrors as being a light relief, right?
yeah,
I just think that Fright Night is a great film. Don't get me wrong.
it
I've
is.
got it,
It's a
right?
great
I've got the
film.
steel
Yeah,
book. I've bought the
yeah,
Blu-ray. I've
yeah,
bought it on
yeah,
DVD. It's a great film. I love it to death. I've
yeah,
even ordered the 4K that's coming out, right?
yeah.
But it's one of those films that I consider a hybrid. And when it comes to a hybrid film, it's top notch. But when it comes to pigeonholing as the best of anything in a horror category or a comedy
Yeah,
category, it does
yeah,
not hold up because there are better comedies, there are better horror
yeah,
films, there are better
yes, yeah.
everything. It just fills that niche, and then it's top tier in that niche.
It's
And I don't know
interesting.
any other way of
Yeah,
saying that without upsetting people,
yeah.
but that's how I look at it.
I recognize a lot of people do love it, and it's easy to
Oh,
see why.
I love it,
It's
but
easy to see why.
I just don't put it in my top tier of
Yeah,
it's one of
yeah,
those films that I do watch nearly every
yeah.
Halloween
I mean, you
because
can't argue with Roddy McDowell. I mean, I agree totally. Roddy McDowell. Without Roddy McDowell, those films would not be good.
yeah.
They'd just be ordinary. They wouldn't have the same. Roddy McDowell brings the comedy, but he's such a good actor that's why it's part of it. But as
Well,
I said,
take it like this, when they did the remake, right? Does anybody talk about the remake fondly as they do the original Fright Night?
probably not. I doubt
It's
it.
got David Tennant in it, so you've got a good actor.
But it's not Roddy
But
McDowell.
at the end of the day, it's not Roddy McDowell, is it?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah, spot on. But if I want to watch a horror film, I'm not going to watch Fright Night.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Oh, Sice turned around and said it's his favorite
Yeah.
vampire film. I must admit, if I was to ask what's my favorite vampire film, I do like things like let's see. It'll come to me in a minute. I had one in my head that I really liked. A lot of people don't. I mean, a lot of people talk Lost Boys. I look at that as being
Yeah. Lost Boys isn't as good as perhaps the reputation it has.
It's a reputation film, that one.
Yeah.
It'll come to me in a minute.
And
That's
the
a good
cast,
question, Si. What is our favourite vampire film? I'll have a think about that,
Yeah.
What is
I
my
think for
favourite
me,
vampire film?
mine straight off, I don't know which I would choose, but any of the Hammer films, any of the Hammer horror Dracula films and vampire ones, with Ingrid Pitt, and who can not like Ingrid Pitt in those vampire films? You've got to love her. And Countess Dracula, you tell me. Wow. So
yeah,
Hammer all the way. All those you're going to get in special boxes, aren't you? Your £50 Hammer special.
Oh wow, The Curse of Frankenstein. I did tell you about that.
I know you told me about it. I decided, well, I think I have to work on budget, And as much as I do love the film, I'm really happy with what I've got. I've got a good
I will say
quality
this: the nice thing about Hammer in these collections is that particular film that's in the £60 bracket is £59.99. They have actually done a cut down version.
Yeah.
You can actually just buy the cut down version at 20 or so quid.
Yeah, I might look at that in future. Yeah. I might
It all
look at
depends
that.
on
Yeah.
how much of a classic and how much you really like it that you want it for 60 quid. I will say this: it's the first time that since Kronos that they've actually brought out a film that anybody recognises.
Exactly.
Really.
Well, they've got such a great catalogue. You're gonna get loads of brilliant films.
And I tell you what, I bet you that one sells out more than any of the others.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just wait until Dracula comes out.
Everybody will be going, "You bastards!"
Yeah.
I've got all the others, and I couldn't quite get to that one, and you've all bought it. And it'll be all the people that don't even want it. It's just like
I'd be really seriously be interested to know what people think is the better film. Do they think Dracula, the first one, is the best? Oh,
yeah.
The 1966 revamp with Christopher Lee, which they did deliberately revamped, another Dracula film, Prince of Darkness. So I'd be interested to know what people when it comes out on the special.
Is that the one where they shot the ice at the end and he falls in the water?
Yes, the ice one. Yeah, I think that's the one, isn't it?
It's got that Matheson in it, doesn't it?
I think Christopher Lee was getting fed up still, as he did often with these films.
Well, when you consider that 1958, is it Dracula?
Yeah, it's the
1966 is Prince of Darkness. Yeah, I mean, there's an 8-year gap.
Yeah, and he naturally felt that he wasn't doing much. That's why he was just looking the part. I think he desperately wanted more, and he didn't get it, but he got into it.
We better get on, hadn't we?
Yeah, it says, Del, we need another meet-up before Christmas.
Well, if I could, but it's all down to my mum, really.
Yeah.
I'm just coming at the end now of a 2-week break, and of course, then I'm back, and then I'm working till Christmas. Really, well, I've got lots of holiday to take, but of course, it's my holiday gets reset at February, and I've got 32 days that you have to take, and I've only taken 3 weeks off, which is 15 days. Yeah. So I've still got 15 days to take before the end of February, with a week off at Christmas. So I've still got 10 days, but you never know when you might emergency need it for you taking your mum to hospital, or it's one of those things where it's difficult, really. But I will try and do a long weekend and see what the sister says, but the way things are, I doubt that'll happen, but I'll try.
Yeah. Tony says, now this is interesting. Ian, if you enjoy Michael Collins, which I did, Ken Loach, directed The Wind That Shakes the Barley. I have heard of that one. Set mainly in the aftermath of the War of Independence during the Irish Civil War. Highly recommended.
I can tell you now. I can tell you now.
DVD.
I can tell you now. I've never seen it.
Yeah, and it's only on DVD, which some of these, of course, are.
But it's not the stuffiness of DVD. By the way, I think I overheard something saying, but my version trumps his because it was on DVD. I agree with that. The only way that I can communicate with you, really, though, Ian, with films is just to give you a viewable version, so that in case it might be something that you want to watch. Just think if I'd have got that, sent it to you, and you already had it. I mean, waste of bloody time. I don't know your collection.
Exactly.
You don't know my collection. It's like I was saying. Wouldn't it be great if we all had like collectors' accounts, and we all had our films all collected, and we all shared our links to say, this is my film collection, this is your film collection. Do you know what I mean? But we haven't. I mean, I don't mind sharing my link to say what my films are, but I don't do that just so that the people can send me things. It's just that I see. Oh, look at it.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't have believed that Delboy would have had that in his
yeah,
collection. Delboy would have, whatever. That's what my collection's all about.
yeah. I mean,
Uh,
I've
I,
got
it's eclectic. My film
yeah.
collection's all
One of the
about.
things that I find difficult is that I like having the case. I know they take up more room, but I've got quite a lot of films that are not in cases that have got the wrap and everything there, and I haven't organized, so I don't always know what I've got. I have to go and check if I've got it and that. So
If
it's
you
one of
don't know, I can tell you what. I don't
yeah,
know mine because I've catalogued a quarter of my films.
yeah, yeah. But there we are. Yeah. I
See,
wonder. I don't know why.
some people do ask. They say every time I watch your blog, I see that pile getting higher and higher and
Yeah.
higher.
Oh, yeah. The one in the back. Yeah, with the steel
What you have
book.
to understand is I can't really put it in a new tray until I've catalogued it.
Yeah.
And then take it upstairs to go because I
Actually,
haven't
I
got
think this
shelves.
week. I'm sure this week it had gone down a bit.
But it has.
You mean yes? I noticed that.
I mean,
Okay, I'm
look,
looking in background.
hang
Yeah,
on. If I turn the background off, right?
because it was really piled up not
Yeah, look,
long ago. Yeah, yeah. It's gone down a bit, hasn't
that's
it?
because I've
Yeah,
had the week off. I can
yeah,
catalog. You see,
yeah.
it's
Uh,
one of those things where when you've got a sick mother, it's like how do you get around to cataloging? And then I've got to tiptoe up the stairs because I have to do it at night because
yeah,
I'm always you see because once my mum's in bed, you don't want to hear her walking going up the stairs
yeah,
and putting you around.
yeah,
And I can't do it during the day because I have to be around her getting her cups of tea and getting her
yeah,
toilet and all of that sort of stuff.
yeah.
So um, I never take offense by somebody saying, "Oh, I see that getting bloody taller" or whatever it
But
is,
you can't do out about it. You
and all of
can't.
that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
It's just a matter
yeah,
of those
yeah,
cases. When you buy 5 of those trays, they come to
yeah,
20 quid for 5 trays,
yeah,
or whatever it is. And they don't hold that much. They hold about 50 titles, something like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
And some cases are so large,
yeah,
you take up a big chunk of that,
yeah. This is follows on from what you said. Was Roy Marsden in the 80s detective show by P.D.
Hey,
James?
Ala.
Here we are. Jim Jelly was indeed and Sandbaggers.
And
Oh,
you mentioned that.
Sandbaggers at Network. Yep. Roy Marsden is good in the Sandbaggers, a 70s espionage series.
Yeah.
I actually quite enjoyed the film Belfast. Very moving and great characters. Yeah, I've heard of that film. Is that what's his name? Oh, he's quite a big director, and a British director does all sorts as well as acts. I've forgotten his name. Oh, blooming heck! But he's a big director for England, for our country.
What,
Oh,
Guy Ritchie or something?
no, not Guy Ritchie. The oh,
How far back are we going?
more recent times. Yeah, he's
All
an
right.
actor as well. He's an actor. He's in them Agatha Christie ones. He's redone
Oh,
Agatha
look,
Christie.
Tony's just said it's Kenneth Branagh.
That's it. I knew it. I just yes, he's been redoing those Agatha
Now,
Christie
do you know
ones.
what? I remember going to the cinema, right, and watching Kenneth Branagh's Richard V at the first time that it was on cinema, right, when nobody was watching Shakespeare stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
The next film he did, I'm pretty sure, was called something called Dead Again, and it
yeah.
starred his wife at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Some woman who comes back and she believes that she's been reincarnated or
Yes,
something,
yes, yeah,
and she
yeah,
remembers that how she died in her first life or something, and
yeah.
he's the person that sort of like that was his first that was his
Wow.
second directed film.
Well, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I
Yeah,
was really,
Belfast, I do remember.
I was really into Kenneth Branagh for a long
Yeah,
time.
I know that was definitely a Kenneth Brown film, Belfast. Yeah. And then too slow at typing again. James beat me. I felt like Tony. Tony, 1840s potato fanning. There's a good BBC drama set then, The Hanging Gate. Oh, right.
Is that The Hanging Gale or Gate?
Oh, sorry, Hanging Gale, not Gate. Sorry about that. Hanging Gale.
No, but is it The Hanging? It could be The Hanging Gate, and he put an L instead of a T.
I don't know. I've not heard it. I'm not really up on BBC dramas that much.
I like the way Tony says my typing's getting faster. No, you're getting better at copying and pasting, you little bastard. That's what you're doing.
Right. I've got a classic sci-fi show from the 60s due in post called Pathfinders. Oh, it's a space trilogy from Network.
Oh my God! Do you remember Pathfinders?
Yeah.
Do you remember Pathfinders? It's a Sidney Newman. It was a Sidney Newman 60s thing about going to the moon, Venus.
Yeah. It's a Network one that's out. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but do you remember it from the 60s?
Vaguely. I do remember it a bit. It's not no, not a great deal. I don't know whether I watched it, but yeah.
No, I think I last watched that 15 years ago.
Yeah. Sidney Newman, though. Interesting.
Sidney Newman, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's got a Doctor Who link.
Yeah. And then do you like a lot of Mike Lee BBC plays? Yeah, I think he's great. They're great to watch on an afternoon when you have a couple of hours to kill. Yeah, I think his BBC stuff was great. Yeah, I've enjoyed what I've seen of his. Yeah.
You know what? I'd murder a couple of hours to kill. Do you know what I mean? I ain't got a couple of bleeding hours.
And then Tony says there's another Irish War of Independence film, Ian. Shake Hands with the Devil with James Cagney. Wow, who would have thought that? I think you have the DVD. It's probably my little case again.
You two want to get a room together.
Right? It's James Cagney.
I think you have the DVD. Shouldn't that say, I know you have the DVD? Yeah. I sent it to you, you bastard.
And then, I've heard of this film. The Field is a fantastic Irish film by Jim Sheridan starring
Richard Harris.
Yeah, brilliant.
That is one film I've seen because I've seen a lot of Richard Harris.
Yeah. Tony, still waiting for you to send me the list photo of your Network collection. All right. And then Tony says, sounds like homework, James. Well, we don't normally give homework out here. Sure is, Tony. So both of you and Si have a challenge this week. God,
do you know what? I think I'd rather be Tony taking a picture of his collection than watching Labyrinth for 2 hours. I don't want to put people off, but you know. If I was given a homework project, I think, I'll quickly get my phone out and take a couple of pictures. I know somebody is getting off lightly.
Yeah. And Si says, yes, sir. Oh, right. Okay. I don't think the population of islands has quite recovered to pre-potato famine levels yet. Really? No. That kind of shows you how devastating it really was. Massively devastating.
It was.
Yeah. Currently watching the Arthur Haynes show. I wonder what label that's on.
That doesn't ring any bells with me. I'll tell you that now. Arthur Haynes.
Yeah. I've heard you. I think I have seen it in his collection. He's mentioned it on a video, Arthur Haynes. Yeah. And then, Del, have you got up the elephant? Here we are again around the castle. Yeah, laugh out loud.
I'd rather stick a poker up my ass and watch that. Sorry, it's a bloody awful show. I mean,
yeah.
Who in their right mind commissioned? Yeah, I got a load of people that want to buy that. Yeah. Now,
oh dear.
You know what I mean? Jesus, who had that right idea?
Yeah. Si says this is interesting. The only issue
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
with Wednesday is the actor who plays Uncle Fester. I absolutely detest Fred Armisen. I almost stopped watching because he was in it. I detest him. Wow. Wow, if you detest him, well, what can I say? Yeah,
that's a big thing to say.
yeah, yeah. I'll be honest. I didn't really know him. It didn't really make much difference to me. But yeah,
Well, when you consider the actor that played Uncle Fester in the Addams Family films, I mean, he was a well-known actor, wasn't he?
yeah,
It was a shame
yeah,
he died. You know, I mean, he
yeah.
died. So I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know quite. I don't know quite who really fits the part of Fester when he
No,
died, because you just see him. I can see him now in his suit and his
yeah.
mustache.
And from what I've heard, then he's going to be in the second series a lot more because they're going to concentrate on the other actors, other characters that they didn't in Wednesday.
Oh, by the way, night, McMahon, you bastard. Fuck off. Yeah, go on, piss off. You need you. No, we don't need you. Go on, sod off. Back to bed. Go on.
And here you are for you.
Night, mate.
No, James. He decided to treat himself to Manimal instead. We always
Have
get the
I
Manimal
buggery?
joke. Yeah.
Now
Oh,
I've got Manimal.
and
People know this.
Condor Man.
People know I've got Manimal. It's just every couple of years I get that out and watch it and go, why the bloody hell am I watching this shit for? Right? It's more like Condom Man, isn't it? Condor Man. Jesus Christ. What the hell was that? What? Every time I think about that film, it was so depressing because I love the car. I love the car that was in that film. It had a painted eagle. It was brown. It was outside the front of our cinema house when they were showing that for the first week. No word of a lie. Right? And that film came out, and I went, "What a bag of shit, Disney! What the fuck this?" I was shouting and screaming, "What the fuck this? He's a graphic artist and all that sort of stuff. I should be loving this. It's bloody awful." I don't care. I will say to the hounds of death how bad that film is. But that's just me because I was so disappointed because I so wanted to love it. Michael Crawford's in it, for God's sake. What the hell is going on?
What happened there?
I mean, I can understand Manimal being shit. It's got Ian McCarkindale in it. I mean, Jesus Christ, well, it couldn't get any worse, could you? I mean, all that really prosthetics with the little somebody with a hand pump going like this with it. He's going, like this, and suddenly he's a bloody eagle. What the fuck's that all about? I could rant about those two things.
I know you could, yeah. Tony says couldn't have one without the other. And then I watched Weapons up at Lakes weekend before last. Enjoyed it, but it ultimately felt like an inferior Hereditary. Well, I love Hereditary, so
I want to see.
I'd be interested to see what Weapons is like.
I want to see Weapons.
Yeah, Hereditary. Controversial Hereditary is. A lot of people are very split on it. And I really enjoyed it.
I also want to see
it's not a very happy film, to put it mildly. But
my sister's told me that she wants to see a film called Together. Apparently that's just come out. And it's got a Steelbook announcement. I don't know much about that one either. It's called Together. The other thing is that mid whatever it is movies, whatever mid-media, whatever it is.
Yeah.
They said that Tron is coming out in the next week on 4K.
Oh dear.
No, but I mean, I apparently it's coming out from Disney, but I haven't seen any announcement for it whatsoever.
No.
Not that you'd want to. But
no, I wouldn't. I'd rather they didn't, and I'd just rather not.
Yeah, but you're in the minority with that one.
Yeah, I know I am.
You have to understand.
I just found it the most.
Sometimes you're in the wrong. And in this case, you're in the wrong.
I'm not wrong if you don't like this kind of film. It just
like boring. You're in the wrong with 2001.
Absolutely boring, it just did absolutely zero for me.
Right, you're in
What
the
a
wrong
load
with
of crap.
2001. You're in the wrong with.
Yeah, oh dear.
You're in the wrong
Yeah,
with
actually,
Tron.
I would
You're
say
in the
it's
wrong with.
actually worse. Tron is worse than 2001.
Is it? They're both
Yeah, it's
brilliant.
worse
Shut
than
up.
2001. Yes.
You've heard
Um,
your nonsense. Get on with it.
and then, Muckman, what do you think of Auntie Gladys?
What do you think about Gladys?
Yeah. There's been some pretty good deals on the World of Book this week.
Yeah. I mean,
you
honestly, he's given me some corkers. I mean, obviously, there isn't every one I'm going to like because I mean, I'm going,
yeah,
nah, not for me, nah, not for me.
yeah,
But I mean, yeah, the good is at a tenner. I mean, Jesus, the whole
yeah,
BBC, that's 5 seasons, to be quite honest. You know,
yeah. The BBC, that's the better one,
it
isn't it?
doesn't include the
Yeah,
ITV ones, but the
yeah,
ITV
which
ones
is
was only
weaker. Yeah,
one season, and it
yeah.
really the ITV one I only really liked one episode out of it, and that was the one where they took the piss out of Arthur C. Clarke. You
All
know,
right. Yeah,
Mysterious World.
yeah,
You know, they had Graham Garden as the scientist, which makes sense because that's who Graham Garden really was. He was the
yeah,
intellectual one of the lot. Acting the part of Arthur C. Clarke, showing scenes off about Stonehenge with an alien spaceship behind him,
yeah.
refueling up and then taking off and all that. And it was in the end, it was all about where is
Yeah.
Bigfoot. That was what it was. It was where's Bigfoot, and I won't ruin it for you.
No, it's all right.
Yeah.
James says she was great, as was Julie Garner. All right.
Yeah.
Tried watching the animated Lord of the Rings film, couldn't get into it. Now I enjoyed it in a funny way, but it's so disappointing the ending because they ran out of money, didn't they? They just couldn't continue.
No.
They decided.
I don't know what he's talking about. That could be the Lord of the Rings that came out this year.
I'm thinking of the
or
old one.
He could be talking about the old 70s, 80s one that you're talking about, which ran out of money.
Yeah.
I don't know which one he's talking about.
Yeah, I didn't know they'd done another animated one.
Now, when that Lord of the Rings came out, I remember that I was watching another film called Flight of Dragons.
Yeah.
Which I thought was a much better film, which is about a boy that loved dragons, but it told the tale that dragons were becoming history because science was taking over. So everybody was forgetting about dragons, lived in England and all of the world. And the reason that they were dying out was because science was taking over and nobody believed in them anymore. So it was a bit like What's the Magic Dragon, a little bit, with little whatever his name was called, Polly Peter or whatever. What was his name in Puff the Magic Dragon? Something Pepper or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Little Polly Piper or whatever his name.
Yeah.
Anyway, he gave up knowing who Puff the Magic Dragon. He went into his cave and died, didn't he? So Flight of Dragons is basically that.
Is it? Oh, right.
You know
now,
really good cartoon.
Yeah. Now, Del, be honest. Have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters? The animation is the same as Spider-Man.
Well, it will be because you're talking about K-pop being semi-close to manga, isn't it? You really needed to have pointed that out to Muckman, I would have thought, because Muckman loves Akira and Fist of the North Star and all of that sort of stuff. K-pop Demon it comes from Korea, so it's going to be probably very similar to Castlevania, which is manga, and all of that sort of stuff. And Spider-Man, which is on the Disney Channel, is obviously got a lot of animators that are from Japan and all of that. You know what I mean? So they're gonna have a similar style, is what I was trying to look at, I suppose.
Yeah. And then we've got
To me, the animated Spider-Man is from the 90s.
Yeah. Tony says, still on a hiatus from new Blu-ray DVD purchases. Working through the watch pile, but made an exception for the Blu-ray release of Series 2 of the Sweeney this week. So it's out now, all complete on Blu-ray.
I think each one is $49.99. It's quite a bit of a chunk of change, but I do think it's worth the money. I mean, Blake, we're going to say the same when season 2 of Blake 7 comes out. $39.99.
Yeah,
we're going to be turning around and going, right now we've got 2
That's
sets.
out soon, isn't it?
It's going to be in the next month and a half or so.
Yeah, I'll have to get it. I don't often get them, but I'll have to get that. Yeah, somehow I'll get it.
Because a couple of weeks after that there'll be a Doctor Who box set. There's going to be one.
The problem is that if you don't get the Blake 7 and it goes pretty quickly and you can't get it, there'll be people selling it at excessive prices.
Scalpers prices.
So you've got to pay the proper price.
Talking about Doctor Who, have they actually released another what the next box set will be? Whether there's going to be one this year?
It's the Tom Baker one, isn't it? Terror of the Zygons and
14 is it?
That I think it's coming. It's got a date of, is it October? I think it is next month.
Yeah.
Well,
all I was getting at is I could never remember what I've got on pre-order, and I can never remember what. But so that one's the second season of Tom Baker, isn't it?
And which will be a lot of people will rate that highly and want that.
Oh yeah, because it's got Brain and Morbius and Pyramid of Mars, and Seeds of Doom.
It's perhaps one of the best Tom Baker series.
Well, it's the horror season, isn't it? Every one had a horror. Everyone had a horror theme, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it'd be good. Right. Jim Jam, I've heard good things about K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah.
Wasn't it number one on Netflix or something?
The animation is stunning. I'll need to watch it with Labyrinth as a double bill.
I know which one you'll like the most.
Yeah. Cool, Si. Your afternoon, evening sorted. Yeah. And then sad about Graham Greene passing away this week. He was phenomenal in Dances with Wolves. It's funny because I saw that on the it was coming along on the feed, and I was going, well, Graham Greene's dead. I know he's dead. What a great author he is. And I didn't realize that it was it's the actor.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
it's amazing because I mean, this week they've also had, from my point of view, again, my 80s is shrinking a little bit here, and that is that Bugner, a boxer,
Joe Bugner, has he done it this week?
Because my dad and I we bonded very much over Muhammad Ali, and of course he struggled against Muhammad Ali. And of course, later on, and everybody considered it a joke, Joe Bugner was going to go against Frank Bruno. And that turned out to be a bit of a hard fight. And everybody had a go at Frank Bruno for turning around and saying, you should have knocked him out in about a minute. But this guy went toe-to-toe with Muhammad Ali. God's sake, he ain't going to be... People just think that because you're about 6 or 7 or 8 years older from that moment, you're going to be a piece of shit. This guy had boxing in his blood, and he was going to be the next English champion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's boxing. We're not really here to talk about that. Although I did watch When We Were Kings this week.
Oh, well, there you are. Yeah. And then we've got Jim Jam rewatched 16 Candles, very underrated film from John Hughes.
Is it underrated?
I don't know.
I thought when people talk about John Hughes, people talk about 16 Candles.
Yeah.
I don't know what I mean. I can understand where he might be coming from, but it's just that I think when people talk about John Hughes, they talk about his early stuff all the time. I wonder. It's probably underrated from a point of view that I don't think many people talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Then again, I don't think many people talk about John Hughes. Full stop.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not that it's not that the actual film is.
Oh, this is a question that me and you will absolutely love, Jim Jam. Okay, a musical question. You need to choose one. Mamma Mia or Cats?
Neither. Fucking pieces of shit. Both.
Yeah, I kind of agree, actually. Yeah. Don't know. Yeah, they're not my thing at all. You know, if I want ABBA, I want proper ABBA. I don't want a blooming music.
Yeah. I really want Cher walking down the stairs singing Fernando to some bloody other actor who can't sing as well.
I just want
going down the stairs. You know what I mean?
ABBA are so good. How can you have something like that? I mean, it's just I don't understand why people like that when ABBA would just you want ABBA, you don't want this. Yeah.
Look, this is the problem, right? I like ABBA, right?
Yeah.
I like ABBA enough that I went to the theatre and saw Chess.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Theatre,
Yeah.
right? Had One Night in Bangkok. There's some cracking tunes in there, and a lot of people forget that ABBA had broken up, even though they never officially broken up, and they were still singing together. They were just doing stuff in things like theatre. They were doing things like Chess, right? Because they are backing singers in that production, right? I don't get the stories in Mamma Mia.
No.
It's about some aging
I've not watched
woman,
it. You've actually seen it.
an aging woman that falls in love on an island with her ex-husband or something interfering, and I'm going, you made a musical out of this?
Yeah.
What? I mean, I don't know how you could incorporate all of the songs into anything other than that story, but the story doesn't hold up because I'd be bored senseless.
Yeah.
I could watch that in an episode of Benidorm. You know what I mean? And cats don't even start talking about cats.
Cats is one of those films.
Cats. Jesus Christ!
Why?
Every single one of them sounds like a bloody cat. You know, meow, 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 and bloody.
Oh, I don't like. No, it's not for me. But it's popular.
In fact, actually, I don't know. I don't know if I can name a tune out of cats. Can you? Can you name a tune out of cats?
No, I don't. I just wouldn't know. I don't.
I mean, I can name tunes out of things like Barnum. I can name tunes out of, Jesus Christ Superstar, Phantom of the Opera. When it comes to cats, I just go, do you know what? Don't want to name one. I can't think of one.
No.
Name a famous tune out of cats.
No, I couldn't. No. I wouldn't know.
No.
I just not really, is it?
And that film they made of it, I watched 10 minutes of that as a digital download. I watched 10 minutes as a digital download and I deleted the file.
Really? Wow. That is, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Oh, Memories is in Cats, is it? Memories, yeah, Memories. Okay.
No, not for me.
Memories, all right. But that's isn't that Memories of the Way We Were? Well, what are you? What were you then, other than a cat? I don't get that. Is that really in Cats?
Oh dear, it just looks crap, and the film was even worse. It just looks I can't take it seriously. Yeah.
Seeing James Bond's Q dressed up as a cat now. I'm sorry. I really can't. James Corden as a cat.
Oh no, that's what he's in, that awful film, isn't he? It's one of the worst films. One of the worst films ever made, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Oh dear.
You know, I'd rather be, you know, in an episode of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, where they stick me in a sarcophagus and stick a load of scorpions in the coffin, than watch that. I don't know, honestly.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's not for me, any of that stuff. And then Muckman says, I have a fondness for Resurrection. Yeah,
That's Resurrection. That's Aliens Resurrection.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
Like I said, don't get me wrong. It's just that I find that the very, very it's one of those films where people turn around and say that's better than Alien 3, and I say, oh, come on. Alien 3 is not that bad, and if you watch the director's one, it really is quite good. And it's David Fincher's second film? Is it first film?
Yeah,
first film. And you got to understand, it's got. I mean, from your point of view, it's got a world-class Yorkshire actor in it, hasn't it?
Yeah, Brian Glover, but he's not.
Brian Glover.
But it's not a Yorkshire accent, is it, in the film?
No, it's not. But from my point of view, where else could they go with the Alien franchise? And it did kill Ripley. So it's a bold statement.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does Resurrection do as a bold statement?
I'll have to rewatch it.
You cloned Ripley. Ripley gets home, and the alien has got is so born out of in a different way than all the other Alien films. It's got a skull head. Which means it's part human because it came out of Ripley.
Oh yeah, I get you. Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
that's why you see the skull popping through that hole in the last moment. Yeah. When they land on Earth, it was, if you remember rightly, she cut her hand, pressed it against the metal part of the ship that was heading into the Earth's atmosphere. The alien was then pushed against that hole, and because of the atmospherics, it would have sucked the whole of the alien out, and it would have its whole innards would have been sort of like thrown out into space, right? Which is what happened to it. And the last thing that was the skull's head, and it went through the small hole. And I just laughed at it, and I went, "Is that the best thing about this film? Is what I've just seen of that alien going through this hole?" But it's got likable characters. It's got Del Toro. Is it got Del Toro? It's got the bloke who plays that little red devil. Wow, what's his? You know the one I'm talking about. You know that he plays that horned red monster.
I don't know.
It was based on a comic book, anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's got Ron Perlman. That's it.
Yeah. Ron Perlman. Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
He plays that.
Yeah.
I've forgotten. Bloody hell! I should know because I'm a big comic book fan, and I've got two. Yeah. I've got 3 of the films. I think 3 of them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Go worry. And then Tony says that sparked a question. Favorite Graham Greene, the author, film adaptation.
Oh Christ! Over to you. I'm no good at this.
Well, I've cheated. I'll admit, I've had a look at the films, and it can only be one for me. Obviously, it's Brighton Rock with a young.
Oh right, yeah.
Old Dickie Attenborough in there.
The Dickie Attenborough.
Yeah, brilliant film. But he also did another classic film, The Third Man. I forgot he wrote The Third Man. Yeah. And a few other films, which I don't. The Quiet American. This Gun for Hire. The Fallen Idol, The End of the Affair, and Our Man. Oh, I've heard of Our Man in Havana.
Oh yeah, well, so have I. Our Man in Havana. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So for me, I would choose Brighton Rock if I had to choose one out of them.
Yeah.
And then So I bet 16 Candles wouldn't get released in today's world, especially with the Japanese exchange students.
No, it wouldn't. No.
Right, I get you. It's funny, you don't need to say it. When people say that, you immediately know what they mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. Don't think it would. And gotta be the third man. Oh, he's mentioned. He's mentioned the third man, of course, Graham Greene. And then, what is your favorite film to watch on Halloween Eve? Do
Mine,
you want
mine
me
is,
to first or you?
yeah, mine is Creep Show.
Well, I would say I would watch. I like watching all Halloween films. Um, I really enjoy. I know
Yes,
some are quite late.
he is talking about the day before Halloween.
Yeah, well, you could start early, but no, yeah, okay. What would I what if I don't do it like that? Normally, I watch. Well, I don't. I watch horror all year round. I never have this special business.
No, well, that's what I'm saying.
So,
I'm
yeah, I'm trying to think.
forgoing the fact that why is it that everybody talks about horror films around
Yeah,
Halloween when everybody watches them all
yeah,
through the bloody year anyway, right?
I do. Yeah,
I'm just
everybody
saying on
does.
Halloween Eve, I generally do like a bit of a
Yeah, I mean,
um,
people say, "Oh, we'll have watch all these. What is it? 31 days of horror films, or 30 days, whatever it is in October."
annoys me because they watch
And
the same ones over and over again.
yeah,
You might as well
I
watch
mean,
what you watched last
what's
year.
all that about? If you like horror, you like it all year round. You don't have to do anything special just for Halloween. Blooming heck. Anyhow, I'll probably get into trouble if anybody's listening.
I'm only interested in those lists just to find out how far back the 1930s Dracula is pushed back this year. Is it going to be like the one that they'll watch right at the beginning, and then all of them are going to be like modern?
Yeah, yeah,
Because they always turn around and say, "Oh, well, I'm definitely a horror person, so I have to watch the Universal monsters, and therefore
oh
I'm going to
yeah,
be watching
yeah.
this, right?" And then I look, and then I try and listen out and see if they've got Young Frankenstein in there.
Yes. Oh no. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just want to know, because every year it's got Halloween in it, Friday the
Yeah.
13th in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
And
somebody will
it's
turn around and
funny.
say,
Only now will you get people mentioning Hammer, because Hammer has suddenly become fashionable. But I love Hammer. I've always loved Hammer. I can't.
well, that
That's what I
might be the
mean.
reason why
Yeah.
Curse of Frankenstein is out in October.
Yeah. Yeah. I would imagine that's what they thought with marketing. Though I've heard some people complain that it should come out earlier in October rather than nearer.
No, but it's just that everybody will add it to
Yeah,
their list now of films
yeah,
to watch 31 days
yeah.
before Halloween.
I don't agree with that. To me, that's just not my thing. Not my thing at all. So Halloween, it could be anything, Jim Jam. I just like a lot of horror films, and I don't have anything specific. I'm going to say I do sometimes like to watch, the old franchises. So I'll watch the Halloween franchise. I'll watch a lot together, and I'll watch Friday the 13th quite a lot. That's probably my most popular. And I don't watch the Freddy ones enough, but I should watch them as well. But I can watch anything, any horror film.
What's the release date now of that 7-disc bloody behemoth?
Freddy thing. God, I don't know. I won't be surprised if
Is that October? Is it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's blooming expensive. You're gonna need Are you getting it?
199 quid or something.
I bet you're not getting that, are you? Not
No,
that price.
told
No.
you, I bulked at that 199 quid.
Far too much. Yeah, I think they're doing themselves out of all this, because not everybody's got money, have they, to afford. If you're trying to keep up with new releases, you see all these
listen to
people.
me. I'm the biggest fan of steel books that you'll ever come across, but I have to sometimes draw the line and say 7 films, 199 quid, 7 into 199. That's just Just too much. And especially when they just released the first one on 4K in a big box set, right? It came up in a really nice carry case and all of this sort of stuff.
Right, yeah.
And now you're going to buy 7 of them, and the first one you've already got.
Yeah, which is a rip-off.
So it's £199 for 6 films now, not 7.
Yeah, that is. I'm not. In a way, I know this is perhaps not good in terms of companies releasing things, but I think people should say, "I've had enough. I'm not going to buy this." You know, they might learn something from it.
I don't mention him very often, but Euphoria Pictures probably has it said it the best. He said, "Look, if it's something that you really, really don't want, don't buy it." Yeah. You will tend to find that people will be buying these on day one, and later on, you will be getting a bargain on eBay when somebody just turns around and says they don't want it in their collection anymore, and you'll probably be picking it up for half the price or less. Or Amazon will be dropping it on a Black Friday something, and you'll get it. He said, "Look at the Harry Potter box set. It came out at £212. It never sold, and it sold as little as £79.99 in certain sales." And you're just going, "Wow, those poor people that spent 212 quid on it just because it was in a big tin that looked like a train, like it was going to Hogwarts or something." You know what I mean? Like that's the time to buy it. And I do like the Nightmare on Elm Street films, but the only time that I'm going to spend £199 like that is if they put the whole Star Trek collection or something in a tin.
Oh, Spider-Man.
And it looks like and it looks like it was in the shape of the Enterprise or something, right? That's the only time I'm going to.
Now, what would you do it with Spider-Man? All the Spider-Man.
Oh, Spider-Man, as well. But remember how many films there are of Spider-Man? You got what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
With the cartoons, 9. 9 into £199. It probably works out 20 odd quid. But again, I've got them all steel books as well.
Yeah, so you wouldn't, would you?
I mean, but all they have to do to me to entice me is say, Spider-Man box set. Every single Spider-Man that's in there, it's going to be all steel books, and it's going to be in the shape of a web shooter. I'll be going, thanks God, web shooter. Shit, right, I want that now. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Where it all fits into the head of the Spider-Man mask. Going, oh my God, you open the Spider-Man mask. Yeah, I understand it. I understand the excitement.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not going to have a go at anybody that's forking out £199 for it. It's just I'm not that excited about it.
If you're a fan and you really do love it, and then that's fine, and you've got the money, like fair enough.
I can see the excitement now of everybody on YouTube doing an unboxing.
You'll be doing loads of them. Absolutely loads.
Do you know what I say to them? I say, knock yourself out. Absolutely lovely. I'm so happy that you've got the masterpiece in your collection that you really, really want. You know what I mean? Because that's what it's all about. We all want our own little Havana.
Yeah. And you always hope that they're not going to be disappointed that the artwork is good. Is what they want.
I'm pretty sure somebody's already turned around and shown the artwork of it.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than seeing somebody look disappointed. They've got this, and there it is, and it's not what they were hoping. It's sad, then, isn't it?
I did hear something along the lines of everybody that bought it through HMV are disappointed.
Are they? Really?
I think it was because some people pre-ordered it with their code that they got for ordering something before, where you get a 20%.
Oh yeah, you get that 20%.
And then they cancelled all of those because people were abusing this 20%.
They were swapping.
What they did was they took it away from everybody that ordered it. And now it's 199 quid, regardless of whether you're buying it through them or not, because that deal's not there. Because otherwise, you were getting that for about 160, 70 quid or something.
Yeah.
And that makes much more sense.
Yeah.
I heard that I remember that being a big issue for a lot of horror collectors. They went ballistic.
Yeah. Anyhow, expect loads of unboxings of that.
I think you'll see a lot of
loads of them. Right. So let's see, what have we got now? We've got it's definitely a big favorite of mine. It was different, which was Halloween season.
Oh Christ, yeah!
It's a great film. What a great idea! I loved it straight away. As soon as I saw it, I thought, because I saw that at cinema, I thought, this is great.
I think its biggest problem was the way it was marketed. Everybody thought that there was going to be.
They thought they were getting
Michael Myers again.
Yeah, and
it's a totally different film.
Because originally that's what they intended.
It flopped as a rental.
Yeah.
When that film came out as a video rental, people hired that out and came back saying, "Where was Michael Myers in this? Well, they don't get it. It's a piece of shit."
Yeah.
I always thought, actually, it's a good story.
It's a great. I loved it. I thought it was great. It was original. It just was a great story, wasn't it? And when they put the mask
I think some people thought it shouldn't have had the name Halloween in it.
Yeah. Why not?
I go, why not? Yeah.
I don't understand it. Anyhow, but you knew they'd go back, and they did.
Yeah.
And then we've got Jim Jones says, I'll be honest, I absolutely love watching classic films at cinema. A very nostalgic, warm feeling. Yeah, that's what it's about. That's what people love it.
Like I said, somebody asked me the other day. It was about computers, but I'll put it to the film industry out here. Where I said, what point, at what cutoff point is a film considered is a console considered classic?
That's what they said, right? Yes. Yeah.
When you call something retro, right? Now, my friend down the rabbit hole presented a console that basically stopped being manufactured in 2015, right? 2016. It's called a Nintendo 3DS. I've got one over here, right? And he said, I've just turned it on. I haven't charged it up in years. It still works. It's still connected to the internet. I can still play games on it. But is it considered retro? What, and he said, deliberate. So when people say classic films, what point is the classic film
a classic genre? Yeah, what era? What eras are you talking about? Yeah.
Or is it, or do they only class certain films as classic because they are?
You see, it classic has two meanings. You could say it's a classic film in terms of it being from that particular era. Or I use it myself. So, it's a classic film. But I'm meaning it's a film that I enjoy and I would consider a classic to me. That's the difference. It's an expression. It's an expression rather than dating.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you do date films. And you say, oh, yeah, it's classic film. But when does the classic film era end?
Yeah, I think actually Jim Jam said it. He said, "I'm so glad." I think he said, he was glad. And I'm sorry if I'm going to destroy you here, Jim Jam.
It's all right.
He said, "I'm so glad they made Freakier Friday. I remember going to the cinema and watching the classic Freaky Friday.
Yeah, I remember that.
Had Jamie Lee Curtis in it. And I was going, God, you're making me feel old. Because I tell you now, when I saw Freaky Friday, it was in the bloody 70s.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it had what's her name from Jodie Foster, is it? Yeah, Jodie Foster as the swap out daughter with the mother. Right? And we're talking like 1976, 77 or something like that.
Yeah.
I remember going to Kiddies Club to see that. Now, I don't therefore class the 90s one as classic at all. In fact, I consider that modern, and I don't care that it's 20 years later. Right? Yeah. And they brought out a new one. As far as I'm concerned, that 90s or 2000, early 2000 one is, in fact, I was it. So let's see. 25, 15, so it's 2005 it came out.
Yeah.
That was a film in 2005, a classic film. but it is in many people's eyes. If you
Yes.
were born 10 years before that and you
Yeah,
saw that when you
exactly.
were 10.
Yeah, yeah,
See, this is where I feel old. This is where I'm saying,
yeah.
do you know,
Well, I just,
am I an old fossil? Am I actually relevant in today's talking about films? Because the younger generation are looking at films that I do still now, the 30s and 40s, and they're talking about it in an up way.
yeah,
And from that point of view, they're keeping that stuff current.
yeah,
Um, I'm talking about that era because that's the era
yeah,
I know
yeah,
best. Um, and honestly, they can talk about modern films probably in a much better light than I do because I look at it and go, "What's this shit?"
yeah, yeah,
Because I'm set in my ways looking at it and going, "What a
yeah,
bag of pants that is! What's that?"
yeah, yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, but I always counter that because I'm like you. I like ranting about modern films, but then they're still making good modern films. You know,
Yeah.
this Weapons. I've not seen it yet, but Weapons is highly thought of, isn't it, as a film? And so it proves that they're still making good films. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
Um, Anyway, says the magic of filmmaking in the day was outstanding. Yeah, it's got the whole history of it. You think right back, like you mentioned earlier about in the silent era, the way what they
Metropolis,
did,
yeah.
the special effects, and then
Metropolis. How did they do those visual effects in
yeah,
Metropolis
um,
back in the 30s?
the
20s,
magic
20s,
of the
20s, really.
filmmaking still goes on. It's still ongoing.
I mean,
You know,
just look
it
at
is.
King
Yeah,
Kong, the original King Kong. How the hell
yes,
do you make that film
yeah,
with
yeah,
a crank camera?
yeah.
Mm.
But I think it's not always just special effect kind of films. There's
No,
lots of different drama films. Drama depends for me on two things. Really good dramas are a good script and good actors, and we're still producing. You often
yeah,
come across really good younger actors and thinking, "Wow, these are fantastic." So that is always going. That magic will continue as long as people and directors and writers have got imagination and want to make films. Then it will continue. I don't see the death of it in that sense. Um, I think it'll continue because people are enthusiastic. People are still enthusiastic. I mean, it must be great, as a filmmaker. You create this film, it all
yeah,
started off on paper and your vision of it, and then it becomes a practical reality, and you film it and you edit it all together and put the music there, and you've got the actors is good that you've put. Fantastic. That must be a great feeling, and that feeling will continue. That is the magic. That is
you
the
know
magic
what?
of filmmaking.
I don't want to burst your bubble, right? But that particular comment there was 9:24 this evening, and it's now 23:50.
Yeah, let's get going. Sorry, but yeah. I mean, there's still a lot of crap, as we know. We won't talk about War of the Worlds. Delboy, you inspired me to add The Frighteners into my October horror marathon list. Oh, you're doing this marathon and watch next month. It's due a rewatch. I love that film. So that's good.
No,
So you
so
inspired him to put
Muckman's going to
that
put
in.
the Frighteners in
Yeah.
his list. That's great. Yeah.
Jim Jam, you need to come up to Newcastle. We have, the Tyneside Cinema. It screens old movies on a daily basis. I mean, on a daily
I tell
basis.
you what, I'm disgusted. Has he ever invited us to Tyneside? That's buggery, right? Jim Jam comes into the room, flaunts himself in after about 6 weeks of being away, gets invited to Tyneside Cinema. What's all that about?
Yeah.
Well, bollocks here.
And then, can you name a TV actor who died too young who would have gone on to be a film star?
Oh, that's easy. Richard Beckinsale.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I'll say that so we don't have to go on to. I totally agree with you there. One green adaptation I'd have to pick that rarely gets mentioned is The Comedians, 1967, set in Haiti during the Papa Doc dictatorship. Oh, yes. Stars Richard Burton, Elizabeth Taylor, and Alex Guinness. Brilliant cast. Absolutely sounds brilliant.
That's a
Yeah.
lot of good acting.
Yeah, brilliant. 1967. They were at the peaks of power. A bit of a trek for me, so maybe one day. Yeah.
If it's a bit of a trek for him, he's 30 miles closer to you than I am.
Yeah, and look at this. Great minds. Tony thought of Richard Beckinsale. Springs to mind, James. Yeah. I love watching a film that had great sentiment and catches you off guard. Yeah. Definitely, Tony. Oh yes, I thought of a Youth of Joy. She crossed my mind as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but wasn't she? I think she did cinema, but not much. But she did theatre and TV mostly.
Yeah.
She didn't die too early because she died in her 50s.
Yeah.
And he did say young.
Yeah. Yeah.
Richard Beckinsale was in his 30s.
Yeah.
Mate.
Yeah. Yeah, this is yeah, I did eventually get it. I said it at the time, but it was when it was about William H. Macy, Shameless. That's it. He's in the American version of it.
Yeah, he is,
yeah. Has everyone gone to bed? Laugh out loud. No,
it won't be bloody long.
The first few seasons of Fargo are great. Yeah, I mentioned it. I watched a couple and I thought they were great. I really enjoyed it, but I never carried on with it. Let's have a look. And Aloma, welcome from the Philippines. Ian, where's your partner? Is here.
Yeah, I do have to disappear sometimes. That's all.
It disappears. Yeah. Anyhow, thank you, Jock, for joining us. Brilliant.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah.
To see you, nice.
Yeah. I introduced.
That's an old saying. Where did that come from?
It is. I introduced my goddaughter to let the right one in. Oh yeah. She said that she doesn't like vampire films. So I said, hold that thought. And she absolutely loved it. Yeah.
That is great when that happens.
Film. Excellent film.
Isn't that great when that happens?
Yeah. It's true. Pick the right film.
I haven't seen that film. Is it an old one?
It's a remake, isn't it, of there's another. I think it could be a Danish version of it or something like that.
Oh right.
I don't know, but I've got that one, the remake. But I know it's a good film. It's a really good film, and would appeal. I think it would appeal to a wider audience. Yeah, I get that totally. I sort of wish Network released the complete Carry On Laughing series from ATV, all 13 episodes. They're all included in the Carry On box set. Would have been nice to have had a singular release. Right.
Well, I mean, I understand where he's coming from with that.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I think as long as you've got it, and I tell you what, you can buy that box set as cheap as chips. Sometimes you can get it for 15 quid or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then Sai says, hi, Mervilla. Aloma. And then Jim Jam says, I like this chat as everyone is friendly and welcoming. And it's a fun evening hearing everyone's views. Yeah, we love it as well. Absolutely.
It's really nice to have Jim Jam around as well to talk about some obscure stuff that makes me think.
Yeah, it is. It's great. Your enthusiasm. I always say you're always enthusiastic. When I watch one of your videos, it always makes me smile. You're so full of enthusiasm for everything. And then we have got Bob Art. I'm probably heading off in 5 or less while you were gone now. Glad to see you guys back, and things went well with the stuff going on last week. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, we're back. Yes, and then we've got Sai saying,
with the Ghostbusters, we're back.
Bye, Wee Bob. truth is, classic or not, everyone is never going to always love the same films. That's true. Yeah, we all have our different things. And then I never saw you arrive, Bob. Oh, he sneaked in. Yeah. Question. Oh, crikey. The book of Ready Player One gives people the ability to step inside a movie in VR, and the game is to remember the lines and deliver them. If you could do this, what movie would you choose?
That's easy. It was going to be one of two films, and that's Star Trek: The Motion Picture or Blade Runner.
Oh yeah, I never thought of that.
I mean, I could do all of Star Trek. I could Spock, transmit now. I can do it all. I can do the whole bloody thing.
What? I don't know.
Bones. I need him.
I
mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like, why is it that everything we don't understand is called a thing?
Yeah.
That was Bones.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's a good line. Yeah. There's some great lines. Yeah.
I mean, I know them all. I can do that now.
Yeah.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah. I think this is a question where there's quite a few films really that you might want to go into. You know, I don't know. There's so many. I don't know.
Oh, just name one for God's sake. Be Dracula or something in bloody Dracula Prince of
Okay, I'd like to be there. Yeah, and I'd like to be watching as in the Hammer versions when Frankenstein comes alive. You know, when we're in the laboratory and getting him up and going. Yeah, that would be great. I'd love to see that. I'll tell you what, then we'll put it current. Curse of Frankenstein. That's coming out.
Yeah.
Brilliant film. And wouldn't that be great to be seen?
In other words, the way that it was worded to me, in Ready Player One, you stepped into the body and you played the actor that actually did that, right? So in my case, I'd be Kirk and I'd be in Star Trek.
I don't think I've seen Ready Player One.
And I would be reading those lines, you know.
Yeah.
You know. I'd be in awe going around the Enterprise and telling Scotty that it was difficult to get it past Magor and all this sort of stuff, you know, and all of that. You know, I wouldn't say being out of Starfleet for a couple of years has made me rusty. They gave her back to you? Yes. I could do all of that.
You'd be perfect for it then. I'll let you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'll move on now. In the book, the first movie that he steps into is War Games. Anyway, hello, Cyanol. The same back to you, Del, you bastard. So he's got his own back. Yeah.
Little shit.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I prefer Top Gun Maverick over the original. Yeah, you know, I've heard a few people.
Yeah, I do. I like Maverick over the original. I thought the original was a fast action film that sort of fitted well, but the more mature Tom Cruise flying that jet through it was just great. And of course he's missing his co-pilot and all of that. It's got more pathos.
It's a better film, you're saying, than a lot of people say it's better. Yeah. Wee Bob, I'd have to say Big Trouble in Little China. Yeah, that.
So he'd jump into Big Trouble in Little China, probably Kurt Russell's part. Then I was there. So
yeah. Oh, because he has a lot of wisecracking lines, doesn't he, in that film?
Yeah,
he loves. And then Jim Jones, love hearing your stories of media from the past. Oh yeah, we all do media. It used to scare me as a kid, especially the scene where he jumps out of the bush.
E.T.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Love it when E.T. got pissed. Yeah, I did. I thought it was a great scene. That it is, isn't it? It is. No one talks about Never-Ending Story. Laugh out loud. Well, I know somebody who talks about Never-Ending Story.
He never talks of anything other than Never-Ending Story. The little bastard. He keeps talking about. He shows off his collection, and in that collection, he's got a bloody great big box set that's on the top shelf. You can't bloody miss the damn thing. When you watch all his videos, you got bloody clips of the damn thing, and little boys flying on the top of bloody stupid Muppet type dogs. And, it drives me nuts.
Right.
Love you really, Jim.
A Never-Ending Story traumatized a generation of children when the horse died. Oh, right.
Oh, did the horse die?
So try watching that scene on the German cut. Oh, going into now cuts of the film. It's heartbreaking. Yeah. Oh, so there's lots of different cuts.
Don't tell me he's got 24 different language versions of that film. Jesus Christ!
Yes. Everything in Chinese.
Yeah, I was watching the Korean cut the other day of Never-Ending Story. I was just thinking the other day, what a heartbreaking scene it was when that rock monster that came to life started eating rocks. I was thinking, God, that's so much better in the Korean one. It really.
Here we are. G-Mark in Never-Ending Story is terrifying. Love that Patricia is in it as Ergie. Is that right? Ergie?
Ergil.
Ergil. I think we all need a bit of nostalgia in our lives.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah. Everything's about nostalgia. It is. I mean,
I think somebody said it best.
Yeah.
There's a healthy line. There's a healthy line of looking back and looking forward. You should never have so much of your foot in the past.
Yeah.
Without having a foot in the future. Because if you do, then basically you'll never move forward.
Yeah. That's true.
Somebody said that to me, and I went, yeah. And sometimes I've lived in the past far too long. It's because I feel that I need a comfort place, and I've gone back. And then, if you spend 3 years in the past, you'd have missed 3 years of movies that were in that time, and you'll basically be going, Christ, now I've got to play catch up, and you never will catch up.
No.
Depends on how old you are, but you never will.
Yeah. But on the other hand, I think sometimes, this is just my personal viewpoint, but sometimes you kind of forced into nostalgia and looking back. I'm thinking of my beloved Doctor Who, like yours. We've been forced into that nostalgia because it's so bad, and it feels the same to me with Star Trek. Maybe not quite as bad, but
if the rumors are true, if the rumors are true, I'm glad about Doctor Who in a way, in the fact that it's not going anywhere. The BBC are keeping it.
Yeah,
that didn't. What's the word that I was looking for? That didn't surprise me because they didn't sell Doctor Who's licensing name and anything to Disney. They just said, Disney, you can use the brand. Right?
Yeah, they had their agreement.
And it doesn't surprise me. It's like, because when a BBC executive turns around and says, Doctor Who's going nowhere, I go, well, yeah, because unless the BBC go bust, the Doctor Who's going to stay your brand for life, innit? That's a stupid comment.
Well,
what people want to know is when's it coming back and how's it coming back and who's at the helm. That's what.
The only thing I'd like to know is in the future, when there's no BBC, who will have it then? Will the BBC be like some company, a new company created?
This is the thing.
Copyright?
This is the dilemma that I've faced all my life. When Marvel was going to go bankrupt, who was going to own Spider-Man? Who was going to own the Hulk? Who was going to own Iron Man? Who was going to own the Fantastic Four? It went on and on and on. Because if it goes bankrupt, then the trademark has gone.
Yeah.
Trademark Marvel. No.
Yeah.
No such company as Marvel anymore.
Yeah.
Right? So somebody buys those rights.
Yeah.
And then that character can be used in anything that they want. And this is why when Disney bought it, they kept showing pictures of Spider-Man with Mickey Mouse ears on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because Disney bought it. They said, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
We're going to have Spider-Man now show up in a Goofy cartoon.
Yeah. I mean, the BBC is going to be a very powerful brand. It'll be an extreme. I think of all the archive and all that. It's a powerful brand.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a different way of doing things, but it will happen. You said, didn't they, that when does it come up? In 29, does it? 2029 or something?
What's that?
The BBC whole thing.
Oh, the charter.
The funding and the charter.
Yeah, apparently next year they vote in the House of Commons in regards to whether the TV license should be abolished. In 2029, their license is up in regards to their broadcasting under the name of BBC.
Right. No, that's interesting, isn't it?
So I believe I think that's the years that are critical. So hopefully next year the BBC have come to their right minds and they've decided how they're going to fund themselves.
Yes,
because
that's what they've got to do.
They have not. This iPlayer thing is not is what's the word that I'm trying to say? You can get the iPlayer and watch stuff a bit like Netflix through it.
Yeah.
But I always looked at it as a catch-up service.
Yeah.
The main BBC stuff, because there's nothing on there that isn't what was broadcast last week, last month, last year, whatever.
As an organization, the BBC, you kind of would expect a bigger archive. I've looked on the iPlayer, and the archive isn't that big, is it really? I mean, you look for some.
All I'm getting at is if the BBC came up for tender and basically Sky offered the BBC as a subscription channel, I would prefer that over paying a TV license.
Yeah,
because I would have the choice to turn around and say, I don't want the BBC one, but I do want BBC Two.
Yeah,
I'd like that, where I swap and choose what I actually want.
Yes, yeah.
The thing is, with your TV license, that gives you the ability to have everything the BBC produced. That's 12 radio channels, 6, 8.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about the radio channel. Oh God, yeah.
The ability to watch iPlayer and everything else. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want that, nor does my mum. My mum's not interested in anything that's on the BBC at all anymore.
Yeah.
She used to watch EastEnders. She didn't watch that in 15 years.
Coronation Street, isn't it? She likes, and Emmerdale.
Yeah, she's the ITV side.
Yeah. So
an ITV has not been a licensed product because he gets its advertisement
funded by advertisement. Yeah. Yeah. It'd be interesting to see what's going to happen, but it's getting nearer, isn't it now? All this is going to come.
All I'm saying is this: in 2010, the BBC should have been at the stage where they scrambled their services, and you had to subscribe. Right?
Yeah.
Sky had been doing that in the 80s.
Yeah.
If you had a dish and you didn't subscribe to Sky, you never saw Sky One.
No.
You had no chance. You had to subscribe. So why is it that I'm paying £175 or something, and it gives me everything that the BBC ever do, and also they have the audacity to turn around and say that gives you the ability to watch Netflix? By the way, I watch Netflix if I bloody well want. Right? Nothing to do with your TV license. I've got a laptop, right? And I'll put that on. As far as I'm concerned, the laptop doesn't have an aerial in the back of it.
Yeah, exactly.
When you try to open up your iPlayer, it turns around and says, enter your TV license number.
Mm-hmm.
or
Yeah.
prove that you've actually got a TV license. So
Yeah. Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, you're heading in the right direction of how things were in the 80s, but it's taken you 35 years to get to that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were doing that 35 years ago, BBC.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd let you know, wake
Yeah.
up one day. So when it comes to 2029, God help you if they renew your license for 50 years. You know what I mean?
That's not going to happen. No, it's the end of all that. It has to be. Technology and everything, people's viewing habits. I mean, the BBC.
Like I said, it should be a scrambled channel now.
Yeah, the BBC.
Scrambled channel.
They don't get the big numbers anymore, do they? But everything is less. You know, if they get 2 or 3 million on programs,
just think if Doctor Who came back, right?
Yeah.
It was a scrambled channel. You could pay monthly to watch the channel.
Yeah.
How many people that were a Doctor Who or classic Doctor Who people suddenly then bought the BBC for a month just to watch Doctor Who?
Yeah.
Right? And then come out, right? This is where I'm turning around and saying, you've got to start waking up.
Yeah.
You will still have those people that will knock out torrents of your stuff, because obviously when you go scrambled, somebody's bound sure to buy your channel
away around
and then record absolutely everything in that month and put it up on YouTube, right? But that's the danger that you'll always have. But you can't continue to turn around and say that your £175 is cost effective, because it's not. I mean, my mum is 84. She has £175 is £30 short of the whole of her week, or the whole of her week's pension. And you might turn around and say, but there's 52 weeks in the year. So times that by the council tax, the water bill, the electricity bill, the gas bill, etc., etc. Yeah, she's got a house and and she doesn't have to pay a mortgage anymore. But I tell you what, her pension just about covers her being able to eat after you take away the council tax, and everything else.
Yeah,
that shouldn't be the way to go when you've been working all your life and you're 84.
No, that's right. Yeah. Yep. I should be getting my free TV license next year.
only if you're getting pension credits.
Yeah. Oh.
Are you getting pension credits?
Well, I don't know. I have to work that one out.
Are you? My mum is not in the band.
Yeah, I don't know.
When her husband died, my dad, she got half his private pension, and she also gets a state pension. You add those two together, you can't get pension credit.
Yeah, it's going to cost. Yeah, I'm going to probably be the same, because I'm taking a lump sum of the private pension that I had, but that's a long time ago. But I'll take that. So I'll just have the state pension. But I suspect I won't get the credit thing, will I? I don't know.
That means that you'll still have to fork out 175 quid for the bloody TV.
Yeah, I know. But they were giving it at one time free, weren't they? Pensioners were getting it free.
It was only 6 or 7 years ago when the government part funded the anybody who was over 65. The license was a third of the price. It was just a third. You paid a third.
Yeah.
Right? The government paid the other 2/3 for you. But the government then turned around and said, "Why are we doing this? What benefit do we get out of paying the pensioners this stuff?"
Yeah.
This is the BBC's problem. If the BBC are having problems with funding, then they need to sort out their model. And they basically then retracted that, and then all pensioners suddenly had to pay 175 quid or whatever it was. And what that meant is that all the pensioners turned around and said, who was at fault here, the BBC or the government? Do I hate the government for retracting, or do I hate the BBC because they're still charging 175 quid and they don't know, and they can't give you a discount if you're an old age pensioner or not? So we hated both of them, the government.
Yeah, that's right. Nobody's a winner. Yeah, that is
Anyway,
true.
it's 20 past 12, and we're never going to
Yeah.
get to the end of this.
Don't mention the 2002 special edition. Is that
ET
the
special
ET?
edition.
Yeah. Mainmeister evening, gents. Just wanted to say I hope Mum is well, Del. I hope your son Ian is on the mend. Yeah. Take care. All. Yeah.
Really nice for him to come in
Brilliant.
and
Thank
say.
you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. I think that's why I go to cinema to watch the oldies. More modern movies seem to lack heart.
Yeah,
Not
their
all,
tone is
but
different.
most. I'm kind of like that. It's not all, but there are a lot of things that don't quite work as well. I don't
I'd
think.
agree with that statement, though.
But it's not everything. There's still some good films around. Michael Enns hated Wolfgang Peterson take on the book. Oh, right. Okay. Sometimes I think, how did a film get rated so low? Never ending story is a U. Some scenes, including our scene, is horrible. Yes, I cry every time. I'm so happy to have both of you as friends. Well,
We're
thank
happy.
you. Thank you
I'm
so
happy
much.
to have you. I'm happy to have
Yeah,
you in my life, Jim
yeah,
Jam.
yeah,
Wonderful.
yeah. As I always say, you always make me feel sort of optimistic and really good.
You're a
Yeah,
complete bastard, but
yeah.
we all love
uh, um, uh, Continuity can sometimes wreck a film. Oh, yes, it can, I think. Yes. I always say a film is a film and you've got to work within that. Yeah. I have, I'm sure I have Armchair Thriller somewhere. I know I've seen it. Wasn't as keen on it as Thriller. All right.
No,
Okay.
because it was a bit of a later date, so of
Yeah.
course, it's not quite so
Yeah.
have the edge. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
I do enjoy many anthology series that Network released. Play for Britain, Storyboard, Armchair Theatre. Yeah, Armchair Theatre. It's a good
Yeah.
series. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do love Muppets. Yeah. And
Have you got the whole box set of the Muppet Show then? Have you got
yeah,
that?
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think it's on Network.
No. One of my favorite American actors, Gregory Peck. Yeah, along with Richard Widmark. Yeah, I like Richard Widmark. What an actor he was! Absolutely wonderful. The roles that he played. Yeah. Right, guys, off to the land of Nod. Thanks for another great evening. Well, thank you for coming
Wonderful.
in. As always, thank you so much.
You'll probably be listening and catch up tomorrow.
Yeah. And then I'm so sorry I missed the plug for Dell's channel. I briefly nodded off.
See, such a bastard. See, you say such nice things to people, and then they say shit like that.
He says, "Night, James. Speak soon, legends." Oh, well, thank you, Jim Jones.
They're legends.
Yeah, and night, Jim Jones. I says, and Tony, don't forget your homework. Laugh out loud. Nights I remember your homework. Laugh out loud. Yes. The network homework. They're all having a laugh. Yes. Then Sai says, family ties.
Yeah, when I told you I couldn't remember quite what Michael J. Fox's TV series was, it was Family Ties.
Think that, this is Tony, think that Revolution is Al Pacino in a War of Independence film, 1770s. I have the BFI Blu-ray. Oh, wow. Al Pacino, War of Independence. Interesting. I think that's about the French Revolution. Right. Well, it's different. Yeah. I was called Chunk at school because I was a little bit on the chubby side.
Yeah, remember we were talking about Goonies.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. I just checked. It is about the American War of Independence, British made as well. So long since I saw it. Donald Sutherland, always a good actor, plays a British soldier. Oh, Brilliant. Well, his career goes right back, Donald
Yeah,
Sutherland.
he must have gone. Yeah, I've done Vietnam. I've been in MASH. I think I'll
Yeah,
go out now and be a British soldier.
yeah.
Yeah.
Tony says, this is interesting. I've heard of Holocraft. I thought you would, of Holocraft Covenant. Never seen it. Really enjoy Fourth Protocol, though. P.S. Brosnan pre-Bond makes a fantastic Russian operative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. It is a good film. It's a good Cold War
It's a
film.
bloody thick book. Bloody hard to understand what the hell's going on in that book. And the film, I just about got me head around.
Oh, good.
And then they brought out a computer game of it, and it had the book included in the game, right? And you had to read the book to understand what was going on in the bloody game. And I was like baffled.
Yeah, this is what we said at the time. Tony says Roy Marsden was principally a TV actor, I think. Yeah. Just checked. He played a gang member in one of my favorite 70s crime thrillers, Squeeze, 1977, with Stacey Keach.
I think you mentioned Squeeze.
David Hemmings. Oh, great, David Hemmings. I like David. Hey, and Freddie Starr. What? No hamster. Freddie Starr. Oh dear. The Exorcist is my favorite horror film. Fright Night is my favorite vampire film. Oh right, yes.
I will keep to my original story and say I will try and think what my favorite vampire film is for next week.
Right.
I'll try and remember and state what my favorite vampire film is. Might be difficult.
Yeah.
I know it ain't Lost Boys. I can tell you that now.
Have you seen that very young Frankenstein is being produced in a pilot TV episode for FX TV?
I should think ever since Mel Brooks announced that he's doing Spaceballs 2, every single thing that he's actually ever brought out has now
resurrected
grabs in regards to TV, film, Broadway, and everything else. Because what is he now? 98?
Oh,
Mel
yes.
Brooks?
Wow, he is. That's true. Right. With regard to, Tony says, we watched Dracula, Prince of Darkness recently for the first time in many years. Was surprised Christopher Lee now speaks. I'd forgotten.
Never speaks.
Because he complained about it. And he got
did.
his chance where he could speak.
Because he didn't understand it, because in the book, it's such a departure from the book.
Yeah.
In the book, he speaks. Bela Lugosi speaks.
Yeah.
In fact, it was the fact that Bela Lugosi had trouble,
with his accent.
Lines.
Yeah,
they didn't play it very, very often.
Yeah,
and yet, actually, if you lived until the 60s and 70s, you could play Dracula, and you didn't have to say a word. It'd have been fitting right in, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can understand Christopher Lee. You know, he was an actor who did all sorts of roles that he liked doing, and to not say anything as Dracula, hardly, it was just too much for him. Especially as he had a good relationship with Peter Cushing, and I'm sure they both wanted to do that. You get those great confrontations between the two of them as Van Helsing and Kenneth Branagh. Yeah, we learned that. Yeah, Kenneth Branagh. Yeah, Tony laughing. Great minds. Yeah, you've all got great minds. I can't. My typing is getting faster. Tony says. I struggled with the spelling of Branagh. Yeah, I know what you mean. Gale Wind.
Yeah, in other words, when you were talking about that film that was set in whatever it was, we didn't know if it was Gate or Gale.
Right. Yeah, it was Gale then. Yeah. Good night, chaps. Very tired tonight. Have a good one. Thank you, Jamie, for joining. Oh,
you get a demerit, James, you little bastard, for leaving so early. I mean, who gives you the right to leave before I'm allowed to leave?
Night Tony, Night Muckman.
Anyhow, do you know we're at 4 hours 13 minutes?
Yeah, Memories is in Cats. Oh God.
Yeah, and I said I couldn't believe
yeah.
the memories of the way we were. Is that right?
Yeah, and then it says, yeah, Ron Perlman, you mentioned him. And then Murray's back saying, hi, everyone. Hello, you're back again. Thank you for joining us all this time. Hello, Murto, he says. Youth of Joyce was in a Hammer film with Stephanie Powers. Fanatic, yes, that's true. Yeah, I've got that.
Youth of Joyce was in the film version of George. She was in the film version of George and Mildred, which was basically done by Hammer.
Yeah, but she was in this one. I remember. Yeah,
yeah,
Fanatic. Yeah, I've got that one. Let the Right One In is the original Swedish version. Let Me In is the Hollywood remake. Thank you so much, Si. You're good at remembering.
I haven't seen either.
Yeah, I think you'd enjoy them. Well worth checking out. It's a different take on vampires. It's really good. It always baffles me when the BBC says they're a free view channel, but you need a TV license to watch it. So it's not bloody free.
No.
Yeah.
I'm totally behind side.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to turn around and say they're disgusting on how they fund themselves, really.
As he says, that my mum was getting a free TV license when she turned 75. That was 12 years ago now. Yeah.
Yeah. And then they took it away, and now she has to pay. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Good morning, all, and thanks.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning.
And then we're on the last comment. Yeah, we're here. We finally got here. Nighty night, guys, and thanks to Ian and Delboy for the great movie chat. Well, thank you, Si, as always, for joining us. Great contribution from everybody. All the people have commented, all the people watching. It's great. And of course, well, thank you so much, Delboy, for
no, thank you. And all I can ask is, please, if you are watching this on a rewatch, please do hit the thumbs up. You know, it really does help. It really does help, Ian. And just knowing that you liked what we were talking about is just great. I know a lot of people don't comment, and that's because they're a little bit, whatever reason, they just don't leave messages and all of that sort of stuff. But just having a little thumbs up just proves that you liked what you saw. That'd be really good.
That's what we want. Yeah, we enjoy doing this.
A subscription is nice, but we also understand that when you subscribe, you get a lot of things like alerts coming up, and if you've got a lot of shorts, they might get in your nerves and all of this sort of stuff. All I ask is that you respect and understand how much we love doing this, and you might show that by a thumbs up.
Like,
if there was a button that said clap, we'd ask you to press the clap button to show that you're saying thanks very much.
And we know a lot of you watch it on reruns anyhow. The audience changes a lot, and I don't blame you because we are running late. We are late, so it's quite understandable. Anyhow. We better stop now. So I'll always say, let's do our farewells. As always.
Well, what was it? We always do. Well, it's good night from him.
And it's good night from me.
Good night, and all that sort of stuff. But I always say, like Frankie Howard, salute.
And I always say, oh, God.
I'll see. Come on. I'll see you.
I'll see you again. Right. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye. Are we going?